should be paid.
Yeah.
So the issue is between us and UP
Yeah, well, I figured
in
my
terms
goal
of
if I get
this,
to 60.
you know,
It's 60
this
up.
would be
2 years
the
of
issue
surgery.
that really
Change
wants to
that.
get upset
I'll
with
have
it
30
more
years
so
of
than
I can live with
not
that.
contributing. To me, it's more so,
My good friend from high
you know,
school
we had a gentleman's agreement in a sense that you would do this.
and they
This
can
is part of the
retire
deal.
after 26
And now you want to
and a
do
half
that
years. At
You're already
80%. She's turning 52 this week, and she's been retired for 8 months. I'm like,
They haven't.
that's
They
just
never
so
indicated that they don't want to
unfair.
pass the
She's
resolution. They've
playing
already had
tennis,
several
and she's
readings
going to
on it
Cubs
and discussed it, but
she's going to
they don't
Florida.
have, the final documents signed because we've been
Don't
asking
tell
for
me
it for
about
3
it.
months,
How long?
and then they just don't have it. So
Or 15.
it's unfortunate. Depends on what they do. They change it to 64.
John, where are you?
Was fun. Oh, it's been a bad week.
Field trips. DC field.
Field trip. What do we get? I don't know. Well, no, this comes from the travel company pays for this. Yeah,
Hey,
the company.
all right, how's it going with you? I said, are you okay? Well, that's good.
I like it. Yeah, that does. It does come.
Yeah, I got your email.
Hey, you should see the stuff I get from the outfit we're going to Italy.
Is that to go tours? Or
No, we go on Odyssey. Small groups, no more than 25.
Leave me alone. Tell them to leave me alone.
wait a minute. Could be in the market.
Stay in a nice hotel. And quiet. Yeah, we could go to places. We'll try it.
Are you hot? You're not hot. You're hosteling yet?
They want to do elder hostels. I'm not doing hostels. It's not my idea of a good time.
You don't have the time here, but he said that's a big thing.
Yeah, I want a concierge. Be my coach. Hey, have the guy.
39-14. We were victorious. And that person got 7 tackles. You have to see.
I don't know what they got.
No.
I mean, the public hearing will be like
Ma'am.
I've got like a list of board reports, but no one's been there.
On your table, in your office,
At least a few sentences I need to read.
and I forgot all about the car. Yeah, so there's I do have some little note cards. I give you just write in
I think they got like all those
in one of
millions
yours.
of little finishing items they have to do inside. They've got everything else in the case. That covers your floors,
I
walls.
think I can make it.
And I think you can too. I have everything all ready to go for
Actually,
the
these are
22nd. So,
I appreciate it.
yeah.
backsplashing.
He definitely went that route.
Good evening
Despite
again.
my approval, but I guess I don't have anything to say about it. That's true. That's true.
I think that's yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maurice.
Oh, yeah, that is for you.
Oh, this is that. Oh, so she didn't answer me. She just gave it to us here.
No, she She sent you an email. It was late though, so you might not have gotten it before you got here.
Well, can you add that to your list of items? I'll send it some back in the morning, give it to you, and then get it back to me in a reasonable time. But my question to you is, this is still exclusive. Why don't we go with them? I know that somebody told me they have some scholarship stuff connected to this, but you're still dealing with people who can't afford this. I heard that.
And actually, this company is the company that Karen's last year.
Okay, my question is, so timing wise, why aren't we giving new parents each year the opportunity?
Good evening. It's a little after 6:30, so I'd like to ask if anyone has any public comment cards that they'd like to bring up to speak in front of the board. I'd appreciate it if you bring those up so we can get started. We do have a rather heavy agenda for the evening, so just to keep us going, bring those up, please, and we can get started.
Oh, this was formerly education. For when Nicholas was there. Okay. What's wrong here? Is this okay?
Go ahead and get started. Okay. I'd like to get started then. I did receive one public comment form from Moses Halbert. Hope I didn't tear up the name too badly, but some concerns about Crete Monee High School athletic department and recognition of athletes. So you can come and speak at the microphone up here.
Good evening.
I just have some concerns as a parent and as a ISHA head track coach at Thornton Freshman North 215, also as a dean. I'm also dean at the school. I've been living in the village for about 8 years, been on a couple of committees. And my concern is about the track program. And I've been looking at the history of the track program, and some of the kids, not only my child, but what I'm about to read, is just the program in general. I also have some concerns about the Wall of Fame. You know, the transfer of the Wall of Fame over Hall of Fame, and what is the procedures to get into the Hall of Fame? Because it's obvious that the athlete doesn't know. But I just want to open up and read this letter that had addressed to Ms. Sanders, that had went forward to the superintendent. I think some reaction was made on the letter. The letter is about a week old. I just want to abreast the board of what I had wrote to the superintendent, to the board member. I am writing to express my strong concerns about Crete Monee High School administration and athletic department action in not recognizing school-setting athletes in all sports sponsored by the high school. I am specifically speaking of track and field. For example, my child, Rashad Halbert, who's sitting in the back, has been on the track and field team at Crete Monee High School for the past 3 years. Among his accomplishments are winning first place in the 300 hurdles at ISHA, which is Illinois High School Association state meet in May of 2011, and third place in the 110 hurdles. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the first time somebody in the school district ever at the boys level won state in track and field. In addition, Rashad won second place in the 300 hurdles and fourth place in the 110 hurdles and ninth place in the triple jump at the ISHA in 2010. Along with other teammates, the 4x2 relay set a record, and the team placed fifth overall in the state. I think they was 2 points away from receiving a third place trophy, and they was right there close to points for first and second place behind Hillcrest and Cahokia. I remember that very well because we placed, I think, 6 behind them. To my knowledge, there has been no recognition of these Hall of Fame accomplishments made by the Crete Monee track and field team within the school district nor the local community. While the football, basketball, baseball, soccer team deserve recognition for their much publicized victories, the track and field team deserve equal recognition of their stellar achievement. Mr. Maine, the assistant principal and a positive supporter for Crete Monee High School athletics, gave an excellent speech on getting students involved in extracurricular activities during the school year. I was here for the parent-teacher conference. I was here for the parents greet the teachers on open day. He talked about how it's important for kids to be involved right here in this auditorium, and I thought that was very interesting. While the football, Mr. Maine, the assistant principal and the positive support for Crete Monee High School athlete, gave an excellent speech on getting students involved in extracurricular activities during the school year. I also believe that getting students involved in extracurricular activities and sports teaches them the value of teamwork, responsibility, a sense of belonging to their culture and community, and can also be a channel for diversity. The track and field athletes, just as other dedicated athletes in the school sports, work very hard to earn positive recognition within their school and their district. Not only are they putting in long hours to train and compete in the sports they love, they do so while taking the concept of teamwork to the highest level. Our track and field athletes deserve public recognition so that they know that we are proud of them and positive lights that shines on our school. We must celebrate their victories with them. When I visit other schools and talk to other educators about their track and field athletes outside of my home district, they comment, we have a Hall of Fame wall with their pictures, year of accomplishment and events. We celebrate our state champs, which is the 4x2 in Rashad, during the pep rally of our state. Our state champs get official rings. This is official ring that we taken from Crete Monee as they won. They set the record, and a year later, my high school came back and broke the record from Crete. As a parent and coach, I am concerned about these athletes' self-esteem and self-worth. They know that their family and friends are proud of them because we tell them the school needs to do the same. The athletes should have proof of their accomplishment for recruitment and to win scholarships. Just like the parents and guardians of those athletes who play football, basketball, soccer, baseball, the parents of track and field athletes also pay taxes to help support the school. We should be able to see our children's pictures on the Hall of Fame wall at the high school with their accomplishment. I believe that all sports in our district should be recognized. If we are advocating for the good and positive well-being of our children at school, then the school should show them that they appreciate the student hard work and dedication and determination only in school, but also not only in school, but also in sports where they participate and compete. I plan to attend the board meeting, which I am right now, to advocate for track and field. Thank you for your concern.
I think some excellent comments there. We'll take it under advisement and get back, I would think, with you as far as what the qualifications are to be part of that Wall of Fame. I do know that it has to do with excellence in athletics. And, being a state champion, I would tend to think that, rises right to the top of, a qualification. So I think talking to the athletic director, that kind of thing and stuff is the proper means to find out exactly what the procedures are. So we'll follow up and get back to you.
I would also like to say this. First of all, I really do appreciate your comments tonight, Ms. Holbert. I agree with you in the overall sense that not just track and field, I do think that we really need to look a little deeper. I think that at the board level and at the administration level, we have really tried to on a monthly basis bring recognition to the public as far as students or staff accomplishments. But I think about our athletics and our fine arts department and some of our other departments at the high school. I think it's time that we take a real good look at how we recognize students, how we recognize their achievements. For the first couple of years in this new building, our walls have been pretty bare in terms of seeing either student work, student pictures, students' accomplishments. There have been many. And I do take to heart what you said, and I take it very seriously. So I think that one of the things that we will be doing is asking the high school administration to probably look for a parent/community committee that could work with the school on developing some ideas, and I will be taking those ideas to the Board of Education, because some of the things do cost money. It's not lots and lots of money, but when you talk about especially larger teams, it can quickly add up, as you well know, and you have to appropriate money appropriately and responsibly to make sure that those things happen. But I do want you to know personally, I do appreciate the comments tonight, and we will be contacting you in the near future.
Mr. Holbert, I wanted to make a comment to you, as I have in writing, that I do agree with you as a parent, and as Dr. Rogers has just stated, I think it is quintessential that we do, as a district, recognize the significant achievements of our students in all sport areas, and specifically because I know personally, just reviewing some of the newspapers and having a student myself in college at this point, the accolades and the recognition that they receive in this building brings honor and value to our building. Sometimes that brings the press, and in many cases, it'll actually help. Last year we dealt with a lot of cuts and negative press. But when you have teams that are doing well and students who are doing well, the press can at least be mixed. Not to say that they're always going to be happy with you. But I just commend you as well. I thank you for reaching out to me and to our district administration to express your concerns, and I encourage you to continue.
Yeah, if anybody's got any more public comment forms, please bring them up sooner rather than later. That way we can get them in order here, because, as I said earlier, we do have a fairly heavy agenda, and I'd like to stay on task here a little bit. So,
It's right after around the district.
next one I have here is from Carol McLean. Board meeting time, how long and why,
She came and
and have open board meetings. These are open board meetings, so you can come up and make your comments.
she believes that when we go into closed session, that's a conspiracy.
Hello, Mr. Rose and School Board.
Aye.
Each of the monthly school board meetings begin with a 30-minute public forum. The unanswered questions are given to a board meeting member to research and answer later, giving given via the phone or appointment. The problem is that the public does not hear what is discussed or the answer that is recorded. The second part of this is that we need to hear the opinion and vote of our board members. Closed session does not allow this exchange to happen. I feel we need to hear the opinion of the person we voted for. We do realize there are topics that are sensitive and not for the public to hear. We propose that these topics are scheduled for another time, like Finance Committee and other committee meetings. In this way, the public and our members are not inconvenienced by board meetings that end at 2 a.m. A lot of us sit here and wait, and so we can see if we can get an answer. We don't need that. Anyway, there are many topics that the public needs to hear and understand how our members are voting, like the decision on improvements for our schools. This should not be behind closed doors, while your public is waiting outside for us for hours to hear the outcome. The public is intelligent enough to listen to the debate without opening their mouth and siding with someone. We would like to hear what is happening. It is our money. How our money is spent is important to us, especially since taxes are on the rise while the home values are decreasing. We cannot brag about our schools so that people can move here if we continue to feel the board shuts us out. We did not vote for that. There have been changes to board policy that is now even more difficult to have a conversation with our board members we voted in. So we don't know anything except there you are, here we are. And we cannot email or call them. That is, it has to go through the superintendent. We did not vote for the superintendent. We asked that the personal and sensitive topics be scheduled on a different date than the school board meetings, and that we have half an hour or more after the school board meetings for comment. In this way, our comments and answers are more real-time instead of waiting a month for the next meeting. We also propose to allow us to speak to the board members openly and freely, as a democracy should be. Thank you for your time. Respectfully, me. I also just stupidly came in my head, I shouldn't sit alone and think. I think we should be able to open our board meeting with everybody standing as a family and saluting the flag for our great country of which we are all part of, and they need us and our children. Sorry, thank you.
But that's when we open up.
I'll let you, do you want to respond to that? I can too. Go ahead.
Carol, thank you very much for your comments. We do try very diligently to try to conduct everything that we possibly can in the open as quickly as we can. However, sometimes some things have to happen prior to us taking votes during a meeting. That's why we go into an early closed session. Sometimes those discussions do get to be somewhat lengthy and conversational sometimes. It's just part of our job trying to do the due diligence that we're trying to do with the various concerns that we have. And one of those things is we do realize that some of our closed sessions have been fairly extensive sometimes, but we're trying our best to try to remedy that. So we take your comments very seriously and understand that, and we're doing the absolute best we can right now. We listen to all the comments that everybody makes, and we're trying to improve our relationship with the public and our communication methods. So bear with us, and we take your comments very seriously. Now, closed sessions is one of those things that the state of Illinois has created where it's decision-making based on only certain topics, and we're going to begin posting a notation from the Illinois State standards as far as what we can go into closed sessions for. That way you're more aware of it. It's easily found on the internet if you go to State of Illinois, you can find those exceptions, what we call exceptions, to be able to go into closed session with. And you can read those things, and we look at those things as the only reason why we would go into closed. Generally, a lot of it is personnel-related or student discipline, legalities, things like that are our typical ones that we go into. There's actually 15 of them that are listed here, so you can look those up. But we're going to be posting those things with the minutes or with the on the table back there and stuff, probably starting next month. So, and they're on our board book also. Terry just said so. They're out there, and if you need to have a copy of this, we can give you a copy of this tonight too if you need that. So. We've had sessions previously where we've had, question and answer sessions, just exactly like what you're talking about, where the public can basically ask us almost anything, and we do that. But typically, this meeting that's held this evening is basically a meeting of the business portion of what we need to conduct. If we need to do things like what you're suggesting there and stuff, yes, we do need to have some special meetings that we open up like that, and we can absolutely do that. That's part of the feedback that we need from you in order to be able to do some of those things. And I'm welcome to having those kind of meetings. I think it keeps the openness of what we're trying to accomplish here, and also gives you the ability to create input into what our, things are that we're supposed to be looking at as far as your concerns are. So, we'll work on something like that to get something scheduled like that, if not yet this quarter or this year and stuff, very early next year or something like that. I'll let, maybe Dr. Rogers can speak a little bit on something like that. But I know that we've done that previously. We may have been a little bit lax here in the last year or two with those kind of things and stuff, and I think it's something that we need to get back into a little bit. So. Sure.
I do want to say that Carol came by the district one day and talked to me about this very issue. So for the sake of the board members, I think what I got from the conversation was just what Mark said, that Carol and probably other members of the public would like to see at least a few board meetings a year where it is conducted more like a town hall meeting, where there is a topic and that maybe there's even a very brief presentation of some sort from an expert. Let's just take bullying. And then the parents, staff, administration, board, and the public can engage into a conversation as to how we in our district are addressing some of these hot button issues that are facing our public and our youth. As far as the budget is concerned, tonight is the night that we are going to hopefully approve the budget for the year. It's done every September. It's on our website. As far as a calendar of budget activities, there's two very, very important financial things that the school board does every year as it relates to budget and taxes. One is to develop, adopt, and approve a budget in the fall of every year. By law, it must be done by September 30th. That happens every single year at the same time. And the second one is the levy, which is what actually does determine, in essence, sort of in an indirect way, the tax rate as far as the district's portion of the tax rate. That happens every single December, I believe, of every year. Am I right, Bob? December? By law, again. And all of these things must be published in the paper, those two things. There are hearings, there's notices that go out. And I will be talking with the board even further, especially after tonight, about continuing. I think we have come a long way, but to yet continue the idea of discussion and transparency as it relates around our finances. We certainly have nothing to hide, and depending on how the public wants to engage us in those conversations, I don't have any problem in doing that. So the only other thing I want to say is about closed session. It is this particular meeting, the once-a-month meeting, is considered a meeting that is a business meeting of the board that is conducted in public, but not a public meeting. And the difference is a public meeting is when you are publicizing it as like a town hall meeting, where it's a discussion where you purposely are saying we want to engage the public in a conversation around some issues. We do always allow public comment. We have a small segment of it, but the board has to conduct their business. Otherwise, if they would do sort of a town hall type meeting every time they met, sometimes the meetings would probably go several hours, and their own business takes several hours to do. So I think what's fair is to have a couple of meetings a year established for the purpose of just public discussion around issues that concern our public. And so we hear you. We thank you for your comments tonight, and we will continue to work to do that. Oh, one other thing. Board members' email addresses are on the website. You can email them, and for the most part that I know of, they will respond to you. Unless it's something that they feel is operational to the district, sometimes they will refer you to the superintendent. But most of the time they will at least respond. If you want to know their personal opinions about an issue or something, I'm sure they would be willing to share it to a point, but they are one individual member. They don't speak for the entire board.
Okay.
Ms. McLean, I wanted to speak directly to your issue, as I do recognize you as a constituent in District 6. And as Dr. Rogers did indicate, there's not an email that comes to my email address that I do not respond to with my personal opinion and or forward it to the superintendent. But more importantly, and I've said this to you personally and to any constituent that I speak to, there are a lot, I speak to you from the same seat. There are a lot of committees amongst this board: policy, finance, education, you name it. And there are seats just like this one in the conference room that beg for public to come in and sit down and hear the stuff that's going on or the business that's taking place at hand throughout the course of the month. So this one particular meeting is not conducive of all of the meetings that are had that concern the business of this district, that concerns you as a taxpayer and myself as a taxpayer inclusively. So I want to encourage you to look on the website. Email me if you're concerned about the times and the places, but they're predominantly listed on every building of this district with at least 48 hours notice to notify you as of such, and that is a part of the open meetings requirement. So consider that.
The next public comment form that I have.
Let me make a comment. don't know if mine is on. Oh, there it goes. I just want to say that I've personally been having problems with my email, but I'm sure if you forward it to the superintendent, his office, I'm sure they don't have a problem forwarding to me until I get that straightened out. I don't know if it got hacked or something. But.
Okay. The next public comment I have is from George Sizemore regarding the Crete Public Library collaboration with the school district staff and students. Georgia. I'm sorry.
Oh, God, that's Georgia, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's good to see all of you, many of your familiar faces. I'm not here tonight as a former teacher. I'm here tonight as the Crete Public Library trustee. And I just want to remind you that we have such a wonderful facility. I mean, month after month, I am repeatedly impressed. And we just want to collaborate. Being a former teacher, social studies, language arts, I can think of so many things that once I walk in that library that the kids could be doing and using that space. So I wanted to remind the board just that we have not only a very cool facility, but we are doing a little bit of renovating, and we'd love to hear any kinds of needs that you or perhaps staff members might have or could think of for the library. And also to remind you that our website is there and that students can do research and they can work on projects, and there's lots of different activities for them. But thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment form I have is from Vivian Covington about the 8th grade graduation.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I know I was late and I wanted to talk about the budget as well, but it was a concern that a parent asked me to talk about regarding the 8th grade graduation. Is there any substitution or is there any fundraiser? I know my grandson went to it and we had fundraisers in that, enabling them to attend or pay for it. Now, how much is it going to cost this year? Do you know, by any chance?
Last year, Vivian, I don't know if you know, I'm sure you heard at least.
Yes,
There was quite a stir about 8th grade graduation, mainly the topic of cap and gowns. And it was a healthy discussion and one that I believe was resolved. The Board of Education decided to agree with and approve that from henceforth the middle school will actually conduct a graduation annually that will have cap and gowns. The second issue that I know that was very important to parents last year is the whole issue of communication. I just spoke with Ms. Chrysos today because of the fact that the Washington, D.C. trip is on the board agenda tonight to be approved, and I asked for her timeline as to how and when is she going to start communicating all of the 8th grade activities. It's my understanding that some initial communication has already gone out. Hopefully, if there's anyone in the audience who is a parent or guardian of an 8th grader, you have received something, but for sure, in fact, I heard that the first announcement was made at their curriculum night, I think, which was last week. There is going to be a parent meeting, I believe, on October 5th or 6th. Don't hold me to that date, October 6th, where all of the information in writing will be given to parents and guardians, and if they can't show up that night, we will make sure that we use every venue that we have accessible to us, every tool, whether it's email, school reach, Skyward Family Access, to make sure that that information gets to our 8th grade parents. In fact, I may suggest that we even mail the information, just use old-fashioned U.S. postal mail for such an important group of events and information. So right now, the information as far as how much it's going to cost will be given to you on October 26th with a breakdown of every item in terms of what's involved in the fee. We have also stated that next year, the plan is to have the fee with some sort of information about it at registration. We weren't able to do that this year because we had to still cost out some items that we hadn't quite got all the bids yet. But from here on out, you'll have all the information in October, and starting next year for all 8th grade parents, they will get the preliminary information on fees and what the fees include at registration.
Okay, I know I didn't address it, but could I ask one question about
Sure.
the budget? Just, okay, I know this is a budget that a lot of our people are concerned about it because a large portion of our taxes is going towards the school district.
Yes.
And a lot of things have been eliminated and they're not happy, and I have to address that. But we have a budget as well, and I understand your dilemmas. However, this isn't, it's like a budget that can be revised or revisited at some time. If so, asked or requested from your audience. Is that possible? Some things that I know a lot of people are not too happy about right now. Could we address certain issues? Is there a leeway for an amendment or what?
Tonight, you can certainly, there is going to be a hearing portion. It's number
Right.
6 on the district. There'll be a presentation, and then after that, we will entertain any comments or
Okay.
questions from the public.
Okay.
As far as an amendatory process, there is one set forth by the state of Illinois,
Right.
and Mr. Gruss, our business manager, can add that information into his presentation as to how that works.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. I'd like to, if there's no other comments, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Will the Secretary, please call a roll.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mrs. Coletti?
Here.
Mr. Heisel?
Here.
Mrs. Sanders?
Here.
Mrs. Stockton?
Here.
Secretary here. Mr. Rose?
Here. I'd like everybody to stand for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Around the district so we can let that student go.
Next thing on the agenda that we have here is a presentation by the Crete Monee High School Athletic Program. There's a brief presentation from around the district is what we call it, so I don't know who's going to make the presentation on something like that, but
It's me.
John is going to be doing that, Dr. Rogers. So.
All right. Last year, the Board of Education asked that we begin to recognize student and staff for various accomplishments that we can be very proud of, and this year will be no different. We will continue that tradition that we started last year, starting at this board meeting. And we're not doing this just because of the comment that was made tonight. The one thing that I would like to say also to Mr. Holbert and his comment about just spring sports in general, one of the things that we are talking about in the district is that if there are state or conference achievements, we have tried as a Board of Education to bring forth those achievements to the board's attention as well as the press and our website. In the spring, we constantly struggle with that at the board level, and even the school, I think, struggles a little bit because of the fact that I believe the state track meet even last year was late in May. In fact, I understand that if you were a senior, you may have already had stopped going to class because you were just a few days away from graduation. So by the time sometimes that the season is over with and certain recognitions are made, school is within just literally days of being finished. And so sometimes to be able to recognize some of our students who have had great achievements, we have to do it in the fall when they return. For exiting seniors, that's the purpose probably of having that committee, is to brainstorm on ways that our recognition can be more immediate other than just a spring award ceremony, which we do annually, that we do. We do have a young man that went all the way to the state of Illinois track finals last year, and I won't steal the thunder away from his coach, so I'm going to ask Brian O'Donnell, the coach of the track and field boys in particular, to come up and talk to us about this accomplishment and to introduce the young man to us. As well as, if you want to, Brian, you can talk about your team as a whole,
Okay.
what they did.
Thank you very much. As was stated, Rashad Holbert was a junior last year and was sectional champion in the 300-meter hurdles, was sectional runner-up in the 110-meter hurdles, so a state qualifier in 2 events. He already previously had won 2 state medals the year before as a sophomore. At the state meet, he placed 3rd in the 110-meter hurdles, gaining all state honors in the 110-meter hurdles, and was the first state champion individually of any male sport in Crete Monee High School history in the 300-meter hurdles. Additionally, we did have another athlete who is an exiting senior. We did have another student who was an exiting senior, Lexus Jackson, who placed in 2 events as well. He was a 7-time all-state athlete in his career at Crete Monee High School. And between his accomplishments and Rashad's accomplishments, so just the 4 events, we placed 7th in state last year at the state finals as a team. And hopefully, come this spring, he will be able to defend his title in the 300-meter hurdles and also gain a state championship in the 110-meter hurdles. So we have some high expectations. He was an excellent athlete. He has been for his 3 years here at Crete Monee High School. He has been working very hard towards his next track season. So, it's been a pleasure to coach him. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I thank you all for showing up. Thank you.
Yes. Rashad, come here. I want you to come up on stage, and Mr. O'Donnell, I want you to come up on stage also. And Dad, since you're here, and if there's any other family members, I want you to come up on stage, and I want the board to come up on stage. Rashad, we have a gift for you. It's just a small token of our appreciation for what you've done. It's a gift card that hopefully you can maybe go out and buy one of your favorite CDs or a book. And we want to take a picture with the entire board so that we can put it up on our website. So if you don't mind, Melissa Berta, who's out in the audience, will direct us, but if we could come to the stage in the center, I would appreciate it. Okay, that's it for recognition at this time, and so I'm going to turn it back over to our president.
I'd just like to make a very brief comment about Rashad and his efforts there. You know, one of the things that the board certainly appreciates is the effort that all of our student athletes put out on the field every day, whether it's track and field or basketball or football, baseball, any of the sports that are out there. We realize that sometimes it takes more than just a real good athlete in order to do some of the things that they accomplish. There's quite a bit of skill that's involved in that. So, you know, you've got coordination, you know, some intelligence and things like that that really make up, you know, a good athlete, a student athlete. So, you know, I want to commend him for his efforts and keep up the good work as a senior, and hope he brings home another championship in the 300 meters or even the 110s. I know hurdles is one of the tougher sports simply because of the coordination you have to run between the hurdles. So, you know, I'm really impressed, you know. Good luck. Thank you. Okay, the next thing we have to do is the budget public hearing, so I need to entertain a motion to open the public hearing up for the meeting for the discussion on the 2011-2012 budget.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, second by Mrs. Coletti. We now have a open public hearing regarding the budget presentation. I think Bob would like to make a presentation here in regards to that, so if the members up here can move down to the audience for the presentation, kind of close your laptops too so the audience can see.
Okay, good evening. Can you hear me on this? My name is Robert Gruss. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Business here at Crete Monee School District. I have been here since 2008. This is my third budget presentation I'll be giving, so I've taken feedback and some ideas I've received over the past few years, tried to kind of tailor this presentation to best fit the needs of the public hearing. So let's just get started here. First, I want to start with the first few slides to just lay some groundwork on basic fundamentals for everybody to understand so that we could understand the slides that we see later on. First of all, just setting the stage here, all Illinois school districts are required to adopt a budget before September 30th of each year. And the adoption of the legal budget authorizes the district to collect and expend the funds throughout the year. A tentative budget was approved on August 15th, 2011, and it has been on public display for 30 days. Tonight is the public hearing portion of the legal budget. Notice of this public hearing has been communicated according to state law, and anyone here tonight can ask any questions that they want regarding the budget. The legal budget was publicly reviewed and discussed at the September 7th Finance Committee meeting. This information covered in that meeting was posted on the district's website since then. And then also over the past month, the board and the community have had the opportunity to ask questions and discuss the budget in further detail. I've responded to each of these questions, and this presentation tries to touch on many of the questions that were asked. As you'll see when we go through the different slides, you'll see the different descriptions of the various funds that we need to report. And basically, school districts use what's called fund accounting. And this is basically just a method that segregates all of the funds or all the money into various categories. So the largest category, of course, is the education fund. This is all revenues and expenses directly and indirectly related to basically all the learning and teaching that takes place in the schools. There's also an operations and maintenance fund. This is basically all the revenues and expenses for operating and maintaining all the buildings and facilities and grounds. There's a transportation fund. In Illinois, districts are state mandated to transport for free all students that live 1.5 miles or further from the schools. And this fund is set up to collect revenues and make expenditures for those purposes. There's also what's called an IMRF, which is the Municipal Retirement Fund, and FICA for Social Security taxes and Medicare. This fund is specifically set up to pay all the different payroll-related taxes to the government and the state pensions. And then finally, there's our working cash fund, which is basically the district's savings account, which holds all the reserves that the district owns, which can be used for operating funds throughout the school year. There's also some more funds. These are the non-operating funds. You have the debt service fund, which basically collects the tax levy each year to pay down the debt and the various construction bonds and referendum bonds that were issued in the past. And then there's the site and construction fund, which holds all the money that is collected from the bonds that are sold for building buildings and various projects that the bonds are sold for. And then finally, a life safety fund where you have revenues and expenses that can be spent to help the district comply with state and federal health and safety codes. So, like I had mentioned, there's two major types of funds. First of all, you have your operating funds and then the non-operating funds. And operating funds are the funds where there's annual, reoccurring expenses and revenues. These funds pay the everyday bills that operate the district, and you collect the everyday revenues that districts are funded by. Then there's the non-operating funds, and when I present the numbers, I'll keep these two separate for this reason. The non-operating funds are the funds that receive one-time special revenues and then also spend one-time special expenditures. So these funds are for constructing buildings, paying off bonds, and other one-time major upgrades that we do in the district. So our focus tonight will be on the operating funds, because these funds are the funds that make the district's annual budget. These are the funds that indicate the financial health of a district, and these are the funds that are used to meet our daily operating needs. And then, like I said, we will also cover the non-operating funds, but we won't go into as much detail because there's not as much to talk about with those. So, as we said, the operating funds are listed there: Ed, O&M, Transportation, IMRF, and Working Cash. Now, the primary revenue sources of these funds, of these operating funds listed here, are property taxes and general state aid. These two revenue sources can be allocated between the funds within a range of parameters. So the districts will typically allocate revenue in such a way that attempts to balance each fund, but there is leeway in that one year you could levy more towards one fund or levy away from a fund, depending on how much money is located in the fund for the year. So what's critical to understand is that all the operating funds are connected, and all the money actually sits in the same bank account. So these funds are tracked using the fund accounting, and they meet all the accounting standards. However, the key is definitely to just focus on the bottom line of all the operating funds, since they're all kind of interchangeable, and the fact that they're separated is more of just for accounting regulations, keeping the money in their legal categories, but truly, for especially a presentation like this, the bottom line is what you want to focus on. So for fiscal year 2011, what you can see is you see the various operating funds listed above, and then you have your bottom line, which adds up all the funds together. So you can see that you started the year with a little over $10 million in the district's fund balance. We collected $57 million of revenue, and we spent $56 million in expenditures. So we had a surplus of $845,000 for fiscal year 2011. We also sold $5 million of working cash during December of 2010. So you can see that additional under the other funding sources. So the beginning balance was $10 million. You had a surplus of $845,000 and then sold nearly $5 million in working cash. So you ended the year with $15.9 million in the district's overall fund balance. So this was the first surplus the district has had since fiscal year 2007. And the main reasons for the surplus were basically the extensive budget cuts that the district made in 2010 and 2011. And you could also see that we received nearly $1.6 million in federal stimulus dollars. And many, or at least some of the expected state budget cuts that we had budgeted for were delayed into 2012. So overall, 2011 was a very financially strong year for Crete Monee. Now the 2012 legal budget, you can see that you start off where you ended with the prior year, so you're at $15.9 million. And we're budgeted to receive $55.8 million in revenue, and we are budgeted to spend $57.8 million in expenditures. So now for 2012, the overall budget is a deficit of $1.9 million. And when you apply that deficit to where you started, you'll see that the ending fund balance would end at 13.9, which is basically $2 million lower than where you're starting the year off due to the deficit. So of course the question is, why a deficit this year if we just had a surplus only this last fiscal year? Basically, the easy answer to that question is that expenditures increased at normal expected rates, but revenue did not. So we'll cover that next. So you can see for this year, expenditures go up every year. Like, for example, I have our major increases for the fiscal year 2012. You can see that our collective bargaining units received contractual raises that were established in the contracts from past years. So that alone is almost a $1 million increase. Those are basically just raises for union employees. You can see that the non-union employees received a raise for FY12. All non-union employees were frozen in FY11. They received no raise. In FY12, the board had decided to give a 2.5% average raise. So that cost $293,000. The cost of medical insurance for our employees has gone up for FY12. And then overall, as you know, with inflation, the prices of everything goes up every single year. So there's an annual trend. If you look historically, the prices of things go up about 2% a year. So that's kind of built into any budget as well. We also have we increased our emphasis on maintaining our aging buildings, preventative maintenance. We increased our budget by $200,000 in 2012 for many projects that we have on a list that we need to help maintain our buildings. And then also there's always the several mandates that are in place that are very expensive to comply with each year. Some good news, we also had some expenditures that decreased. If you look at our transportation fund, we bid out our transportation contracts last year and received very favorable rates, large reductions in our cost, almost $600,000 a year we'll save due to switching vendors and locking in new contracts with new vendors for transportation. We also locked in much lower utility rates by watching the different energy markets and locking in low utility rates for long periods of time. We should save about $200,000 in FY12 by doing that. And then finally, for FY12, our unemployment costs will drastically decrease because many of the layoffs that took place in FY10 and FY11, with that being over a year ago, the unemployment benefits that the district needs to pay out in relation to those layoffs are now over with. So basically, I don't know if you can see on the bottom, I say, revenues must increase at the same level as your expenditures if you want to maintain a balanced budget. So we're going to look at what our revenues did for 2012. Now, the revenues did not increase to keep up with our expenditures. They actually are going down. You can see that our operating revenue is decreasing by almost $1.4 million this year. Now, I've listed up here the different reasons to why our revenue is going down for 2012. You can see the first item is that the state of Illinois has prorated or cut general state aid by 5% for 2012, so this is a $450,000 cut to the district. General state aid is our primary source of funding from the state. It's based on a foundation level that is established that basically says, for example, you see up here the foundation level is at $6,119. Basically what that says is that the state will take a look at all your available local resources that you have, mainly your property tax wealth in your district, and with a formula they would decide that, okay, you, as a district, you can cover a certain percentage of that dollar amount. And the amount that you can't cover, we give you a dollar amount to bring you up to that foundation level so that every district has at least $6,119 per student. You can see on the second item that with this item, this 6119 has been set in place for 3 years in a row now. Historically, that dollar amount increases anywhere from $100 to $200, even $300 a year it goes up. It's been stalled out. It's been level for 3 years in a row. So if you were to just do a basic estimate, if they were to increase it by an average amount of $150, that would be an annual $700,000 increase that you'd be getting each year. Well, for 3 years in a row, we've received zero increase. So the cumulative impact of that so far over 3 years is obviously $2.1 million. If they would have just been keeping pace where they should have been, we'd be receiving an extra $2 million for general state aid. And really, not only are they keeping it level, they're actually reducing it by saying we're not going to send you the last payment this year, so you lose that $450,000. Below, you can also see some other different grants and items that the state used to fund the district with, and those items have all been cut out of the state budget, so we've lost that money. And another enormous item in our budget is our transportation reimbursements. The state mandates that you transport students, so they reimburse you 80% of that cost every single year. Well, what they've said this year is the amount of reimbursement money that you're going to receive, we're only going to give you 60% of that money. So 40% of it just goes away because we can't afford to pay it. So that's $1 million cut to the district. So altogether, all these cuts add up to over $4 million of state funding reductions that are being absorbed into this year's budget. Without this happening, we would actually have over a $2 million surplus at this point in time. But as you saw, we actually have a $2 million deficit due to all the $4 million worth of cuts. Now, the last item on here, too, is with all the stimulus dollars we received last year, which helped us have a surplus last year, obviously the stimulus dollars are temporary. They're just here for a year, and then they're gone. So that funding is gone now, too. Luckily, we do have one revenue that is actually increasing, and that is property taxes. You can see that now the reason for the significant increase this year is due to the fact that we had a significant increase to new property in our district. And it's not that we built a lot of things in the district. There's what's called a tax increment financing district. One of these in University Park. These are areas that are basically exempt from paying taxes to the district for a period of up to 23 years. And this time period has expired now. So all of the tax revenue in that area has now come back to the district after 23 years. Also, in addition to that, each year, the amount of taxes that the school district will collect is based on what inflation was for the year. So, for example, in 2010, the governmental inflation rate that was published was 2.7%. So essentially what they say is whatever taxes you collected last year, you can now collect 2.7% more than that this year. So really the only increase or raise that a district gets in terms of property tax revenue is whatever the cost of living or inflation was. So property taxes are our largest and most reliable funding source. Property taxes account for over 2/3 of all district revenue. Our collections in 2012 will be $44 million. $34 million of that is operating revenue, and then $10 million of it is debt service to pay off bonds that were sold to build this high school and the new Monee Elementary, additions to the middle school, and also our recent working cash that we sold. So that's what that $10 million is, to pay off that long-term debt. So the district could not operate more than even a few months without property tax revenue coming in, but with it being 67% of all of our revenue. So with having a $2 million deficit, where do we go from here? Basically, the district needs to carefully monitor the status of the economy, because it's whatever the economy is doing is going to impact what our federal and state funding will look like into the future. So we will do that. We always do that periodically throughout the year. And where we communicate that information is through the 5-year forecast that is updated throughout the year. And the board will use that information to strategically plan future budget adjustments. Quickly, these are the other non-operating revenues or non-operating funds that I discussed earlier, where you have your bond and interest, capital projects, and life safety. Basically, like I said, bond and interest is you have a little over $10 million in property tax revenue that you'll collect, and then you'll use that $10 million to pay off the annual debt payments that have been established for the bonds that were sold. Capital projects, you can see there's really no revenue coming in. That's just interest on the money in the accounts. The expenditures that you see of over $1.29 million in the middle row there, that's for the construction of the Will Center Road that took place this summer, and also construction improvements made to Exchange Street out in front of the high school. And finally, under the Life Safety Fund, we have various, mainly asbestos abatement projects that we're going to do throughout the district for the year and use up those remaining life safety funds. So this last part of the presentation, what I want to do is just go through and explain more what exactly we spend all these large, huge dollar amounts that I have up here on, in more specifics. So first I'll break it down to this level where it shows your revenue as just a percentage of total. You can see that you have local, state, and federal funding. About 2/3 of the funding comes from the local sources, which is primarily property taxes. You have a little bit less than 1/3 then that comes in from the state, which is primarily general state aid and transportation and special education reimbursements. And then finally, federal funding is mostly related to special education grants and No Child Left Behind funding. In terms of expenditures, you can see how between the different funds and the different categories, how it breaks down. You can see in the education fund, you have 65% of the money is spent on salaries, 15% on benefits. So a very typical ratio for any school district is that 80% of all the spending in the education fund is on salaries and benefits. The other 20% are on various purchases, which are described below. You can see in the O&M fund, it's a little more spread out. Transportation is 100% purchases because that's an outsourced vendor. And of course, IMRF those are only benefits, so it's all benefits. Examples of purchases, not to be so general, is different things like our transportation vendor, tuition for special ed students, training, liability insurance, legal fees, books, magazines, everything that you see up there, all the various different expenditures that are expected that a school district is going to have each year. This chart's a little smaller, a little harder to read, but the different categories on here is if you break down the expenditures and say, well, how much is spent directly in the classroom? And then how much is really supporting expenditures that kind of support the classrooms in the schools? And then how much is just pure administrative expenditures? And then how much of our budget are we spending on things like transportation and O&M? So you can look at the chart with the percentages, and it shows that your largest expense, of course, is salary for employees in the classrooms. That's where the bulk of our employees are going to be. Salaries and benefits, and then also you have your support staff, and then your administration, and then you have the different categories going to the right with your supplies, equipment, tuition, and those types of items. So these last two slides just go into a little more detail because it's kind of vague or general just to say a supporting expenditure. I mean, that doesn't really tell you too much. So for example, direct classroom expenditures are the things you would expect to see inside of a school. Your teachers, your aides, your psychologists, therapists, nurses, and then of course all the books, supplies, materials, technology, all that type of stuff. That's what goes into those direct classroom expenditures that you see in the top row. The next row, the supporting expenditures, these are a lot of the expenditures that people don't commonly think of, but they're necessary to support basically what's happening each day in the schools. You have your school office staff that's running the office in the school. Of course, your food service, your IT staff, the business office, human resources, things like security and legal fees and all the different insurance and phone systems, and it goes on and on, all the different items and services that support the infrastructure of the school, support those employees at the top that are giving the actual direct instruction each day. These are very necessary expenditures to keep a district running effectively. And of course, administrative expenditures. This is always a topic of a lot of questions. People want to know what are your administrative expenditures that you're spending this money on. Basically, what it is you have your principals, your assistant principals, and then deans and division leaders. Those are kind of your school level administrators. And then, of course, we have a superintendent, assistant superintendent, director of special education, director of technology, and a director of food services. And then all the other related costs associated with these employees and the different functions they do each day. These employees are in place to ensure the legal compliance, to manage and lead this large organization that has over 650 employees, well over 5,200 students. We have 10 buildings and as you saw, a $58 million operating budget. So these are the people in place to manage that overall system. Transportation, we transport over 4,700 students, and we rack up over 1 million miles per year, per school year. So it's amazing that we actually transport that many people over 1 million miles a year. And of course, that's going to be a very expensive thing to do. And then operations and maintenance, that's also another area that right off the top, it seems like you really shouldn't be spending a lot to maybe just clean or maintain buildings. But if you really think about it, we have 10 buildings that's well over 1,061,000 square feet of space, 240 acres of grounds. I mean, the utility bills alone on all our buildings are over $1.2 million a year. So those are the types of costs that are on that operations and maintenance row. So pretty much that's what I had to present, and now this portion of the hearing is for any questions that you might have. Yes. That project was set up as an intergovernmental agreement when Monee Elementary was built, and there was a set amount set aside from the construction bond money that was issued, and the amount was approximately, I want to say it was around $500,000 that was set aside from those construction bonds. Has sat in escrow for the last 4 or 5 years, and they finally built the road, and it's complete now, and we just basically need to make payment on that project with that escrow money that was released just today, actually. the TIF money, with the new property that came off in the TIF, so that was about $32 million of new property that came onto the tax rolls. The increase in revenue related to that was a little over $1 million. So what that is that's an additional $1 million that now gets allocated into the education fund and basically is being used to pay for the various expenditures that we described tonight. Obviously, if that TIF did not expire, that would just be $1 million less we had to spend this year, and our deficit instead of $2 million would be more like $3 million. So it's not specifically allocated for anything, it's just used within the operating budget. Absolutely. Okay. Right. Well, we passed our 2010 levy back in December of 2010, and so the property tax bills that you received recently this past summer were as a result of that levy that occurred in December 2010. Now the next levy will be discussed and adopted in December 2011. Now what will determine what the tax rate will be for that levy is dependent upon what the property values have done in the various communities. So those numbers, of course, are not known yet, and basically it's also going to be dependent on what the final inflation figure will be for 2011. So for example, in like say the next 3 months, the government will compile all the statistics they use for the All Urban Consumer Price Index figure that they look at. And like, for example, as of today, it's actually coincidentally 2.7% again as of today. But that fluctuates a lot in the last months. Actually, going back 2 years ago, as late as November, it was going to be the highest CPI in history. It was at almost 5%. And in just 1 month, it dropped from 5% down to 0.1%. And that was all in the last month of 2009 that happened. So it's very hard to predict what the CPI is going to be. So if you look, actually in 2000, so for the 2009 levy, the raise or the increase that the district was able to obtain through the property taxes was 0.1%. So it was basically flat that year. And now on this most recent levy, it was 2.7%. So that's just basically saying if we collected the $34 million that we talked about for the operating funds, that would mean that the district would now collect $34 million plus an extra 2.5% above that. And what I was saying in terms of to try and predict how that's going to impact your tax bill, what you would do is you would take that number, that $34 million, and let's say the CPI ends up being 2.7%. So now we'll be able to collect, let's say, $35 million, so we'll get a $1 million increase. They'll take that $35 million and divide it by the total overall property value of all the communities, which, for example, right now is like about $700 million for all our property in our districts. Now, if those property values go up, say up to $800 million, the property tax rate would go down because the rate doesn't need to be as high to get the $34 million that you're trying to obtain. But if the property values go down, which they're going to go down, it's not going to increase in 2011. So let's say the community's overall value is going to drop from $700 million down to $650 million. What will happen is the tax rate is just in the middle of the formula. The tax rate will adjust upwards enough mathematically so that the final result will be that $35 million that the district is trying to raise. Now, if, say it goes down 8%, and that's the overall average, and your house that you own goes down that exact same 8%, that you went down the average amount, what you'll see on your property tax bill is that your value went down 8%, but the rate went up about an equal amount to kind of offset that. And the only increase that you'll see is that 2.7% inflation amount. So in theory, your property tax bill should go up 2.7%, so maybe a couple $100. Now, what happens is, the problem is if your home decreases in value more than the average, your bill will actually will go up less, because your value will go down and the rate only comes up so much. But what happens sometimes is that you might, your property value might not go down at all, or due to something that is not working right at the assessor's office, they actually increase your property value. Well, now you have that rate going up a certain amount, and your value didn't go down at the same time, so now you see a very large increase. And then you would probably be one of the people that would call me and want to discuss why your property tax bill went up a huge amount. And usually when we look into it, what it is, my final answer is always going to be, you really need to talk to the tax assessor, because if you're in a neighborhood where your property value went down 10%, because you know that for a fact, because you can't sell your house what you could have sold it for last year. You know it went down 10%. But the tax assessor is assessing your property and saying it only went down 2%, or it stayed even. That's an issue that has to be resolved at the assessor's office, so that your value is going to be in the proper relation to what the rate ends up being. Right. Right. Now, for the people that live in Will County, you receive a revised assessment statement from the assessor in August. And it tells you right on there, your property value for the 2011 taxes is going to be X amount. And it shows, and it says, and last year it was this amount. So now when you get that, you need to look at that, and you need to assess yourself and think, is this accurate? I mean, really what you should be seeing is, and I've talked to a lot of people, the amount did go down for a lot of people. But you need to make sure it went down enough, because if it didn't, because the thing is, you only have a set amount of time to dispute that amount. It says on the bottom, I think it's only like 30 days or something like that. Now, if you don't dispute it, it's too late for 2011. There's no chance to go back and change it. So the thing is, you'll be stuck with that dollar amount. Right. For fiscal year 2012, there really, at least so far, there hasn't been any stimulus funds sent from the federal government down to Illinois school districts. Last year we had IDEA, special ed stimulus, significant dollars for that. We had what was called the jobs bill that was passed. We received almost $1 million in funding to pay teachers, to keep teachers employed for the jobs bill. Since then, there have not been any new stimulus packages that have been issued by the government. Anytime that the federal government is going to issue stimulus funds like that, usually the way it works is the state gets a large pot of money, and then it's allocated out to all the districts at the state level. And it's always based on basically the size of your district, different metrics that your district has, and it's usually established. You're basically told the dollar amount you're going to get based on how they're allocating it. For example, absolutely. And I know with the new possible stimulus bills, they're talking about another round of stimulus. There's very little that's known with the details of that, and of course it hasn't even gone to Congress yet, so it's not really known if there's going to be anything. Hopefully there will be something that comes out of that. Sure. Yeah.
There was
Well, last year, exactly a year ago, at the last public hearing for the budget, I had presented that we would have approximately, I think it was like a $2.5 million deficit is what we had forecasted. But like I had shown, well, basically what happened was one of the items I said in there was that much of the state reductions that were planned into that budget were essentially kind of pushed off into 2012. Basically what happened was we had budgeted to receive essentially 2 major payments from the state. They usually come quarterly. So we had thought that we would get 2 of the 4 quarterly payments. And essentially what happened was the state they extended their fiscal year, they rearranged money, they borrowed bonds, and they made whole on fiscal year 2011. We actually received all of our funding for 11. It came 6 months late, but we before the books were closed at the end of August here, everything eventually came in. Now, all that does, though, is it kind of pushes their problem back another year now. So some of those cuts that were anticipated in 11 are sort of shifted forward into 12 now. Essentially, what we expect to receive this year would be one of the payments from 11 that was delayed. It's going to come in probably before Christmas. And then we'll probably get 2 more major state payments before the end of the year. So they're not quite funding in full, but they're about 3/4 of the way there. Well, what they're doing, they're paying the bills. They're just paying them about 6 months late. And in terms of transportation, they're only giving us 60% of what we should be receiving for regular transportation reimbursements. And in terms of general state aid, they're only giving us 95% of what we're supposed to receive. That was, they took a 5%, so essentially they said, your last payment, your last $500,000 payment that you would have got in June, they said just cancel it, you're not going to receive that. And we're just telling you ahead of time. So they're paying their bills except for that, except for the general state aid $500,000 payment, they're not going to pay that one. And they're not going to pay 40% of the transportation money we should have got, so that's $1 million. And the money that we do get will all be about 6 months late. In terms of our overall structural deficit, it's at $1.9 million. Oh yeah, that's easier. But what you have, it, really though, if you look at the previous year, see that in the working cash column, the other funding sources, second to last column, you can see out of working cash, the $3 million went to transportation, $500,000 went to O&M, and $1 million went to the ed fund to cover deficits or to just increase those fund balances in those individual funds. So when you come into 2012, working cash is down to 7.4, but keep in mind that 5 of that is just sitting in the other funds. So really, if you didn't sell the $15 million working cash over the past, we sold 10 in fiscal year 2010, and then 5 in fiscal year 2011. The total operating fund balance for all funds combined would be less than $1 million, which would be so low that we wouldn't even be able to meet cash flow operating needs throughout the year. We would be borrowing over $20 million in tax anticipation. It wouldn't even be possible. Yeah, you need 5 hours for a full day. Every time a student misses, if a student misses one period, just one student, one period on any given day, that's $50 that we lose. If the student is absent more than one period or the whole day, that's $100. So every day, if say you have a couple hundred students absent for the day, that's $100 per student every single day in the 3 best months that you're looking at. Typically, that's the beginning of the school year. So what we've done this year is actually at the end of last year and then over the summer, have made a real initiative, especially at the high school, to be sure that we're doing everything possible to make sure that everybody's in the classroom on time, they're not missing periods, they're not where they shouldn't be. Now the hardest part is the students that just don't come to school at all that day. You really don't have any control over that. But at least the students that do come in the morning, you make sure that they're reporting to their classes, that proper attendance is being taken, and just doing that type of effort could increase your funding a few $100,000 easily. Well, with the year just beginning, I mean, well, are you saying how is the attendance in this first month compared to last year? I don't know yet because September hasn't ended yet. So once we get into October, we'll see what all the September attendance results were, and we're meeting monthly with the high school to review the attendance figures as we go throughout the year. Yeah. Oh, for late registration? I think, George, do you have any figures to give on that as far as, I know that we've got most of our students registered, I believe. Well, right. An example of, and this touches on a question we had regarding can you amend a budget? If we go through these first 3 months and attendance is really good and our ADA numbers are higher than what we based our budget on, we could amend the budget and say, well, now we have additional revenue because we know that this came about. So to answer your question, if anything comes up during the year that you know you're going to get more or less revenue from somewhere, or you figure out somewhere you want to spend less money, or you think all of a sudden you're going to have to spend more money for a reason that wasn't foreseen, all you have, you go through the exact same process as this budget. You have to have a tentative budget, a 30-day, a public hearing, and then you just amend the budget. And you can do that throughout the year. Typically, we don't do that, but no, you could amend it anytime throughout the year. So, and it would just have to flow through the exact same process as the initial budget. So then you would have an amended budget then. Typically, we haven't had to do that in the past because the revenues come in. Really, the only time you have to amend your budget is if your expenditures are going to be higher than what you said. If you spend less than what you budgeted, or if you collect more money than you budgeted, you legally don't have to amend your budget. If you go over your legal budget by 10%, then you're legally required to amend the budget. For fiscal year 2011, what we spent was pretty much almost exactly what we had budgeted, and revenues actually came in higher. So there's no need to amend the budget. I mean, unless if you want to, you can, but on the legal budget form that will be submitted to the state and the ROE, it's a different format, but it's the exact same numbers as this. You can see there's only one transfer. I had to put in a dollar amount out of working cash into O&M because what you can't submit the form. The formula it comes up as an error. The final ending balance can't be less than 0. So what I had done was I put in a transfer on that line so that we have so the number is positive so we can submit the budget. But really that is that type of transfer will be decided later in the year, and that will be up to the board. They could either partially abate working cash for that purpose, or they could do an interfund transfer between education and O&M, or it might come in that we don't spend as much as we thought we would, and that's not needed. Or you could even allocate, like I talked about with general state aid, you can allocate more money into O&M in the middle of the year. So there's various ways to make sure that your ending balance isn't below 0, but for budgeting purposes, that's just that one transfer that you'll see on the actual legal budget form. The key will be that we need to update our 5-year forecast with this budget information. Will go into that. Within a couple of months, we'll start to really see how the year is shaping up and more information that we get from the state and the federal government. And then we'll say, okay, either everything we think is going to be exactly like we said, or things are going to be a little bit better than we said, or a little bit worse. And at that point in time is when the board would then make decisions on where we need to go from there. That's really the process we've been using the last 3 years, as far as, you know, that's where all those cuts that we made in 10 and 11 came from. It was from looking at these reports, looking at the trend and the projection of where we are now, and making those cuts that were needed. And that's, you know, that's really where it comes from.
That we don't put the education.
I think we've got everybody back up here. So we're still in public hearing. So I'd ask, you know, any of the board members if they have any comments on the presentation, or if some other members of the community would like to say a couple words. It's still that possibility. So the forum is still open, you know. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's funding built into the budget. I can look for you. I can let you know exactly the dollar amount. I don't have it on the presentation, but Project Lead the Way. Is that supposed to end? Project Lead the Way?
No, Project Lead the Way will not end. Funding is iffy, but the program will not end. In fact, we're expanding Project Lead the Way. Okay? We got 2 more engineering programs going this year with full enrollment. Project Lead the Way is, okay, it's not strictly vocational funding, but they do use some of that money, but it's a pre-engineering program through Bradley University and the University of Illinois. I'll move to close the hearing.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing by Mr. Heisel and a second by Mrs. Coletti. Madam Secretary, please call roll.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. Mr. Rose?
Aye. The public hearing on the 2011-12 budget is now closed. And I'd just like to thank everybody for their input and the discussions that were had here. This is one of the better ones that I've been listening to, and the openness and the frankness that everybody talks about, along with Bob's presentation with the detailed work and stuff, is something that we like, the openness of it, and the as Mrs. Sanders calls quite openly, the what do you call? Transparency. You know, this is one of the things that we're always talking about and trying to execute. So, you know, thank you from our perspective, and thank you from the board perspective, and hopefully from the audience. So, with that in mind, we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is we do not have a need to go into closed, so we'll begin with the business meeting. I'm going to ask, because of the lateness of the extent of that, if anybody needs to take a very, very quick break, you know, and if we didn't do it before, we need 5 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute break here real quickly. Now that we're all back, I think we can get back on the agenda here. The next item we have is need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, seconded by Mrs. Stockton. We have questions or comments?
I just have one comment. I just want to let the board be aware. Let me find the page real quick. Unfortunately, I can't find the page, but we have secured a replacement for our Director of Special Education. The board knows that Christine Putlak will be, at the end of this month, moving on to a new position as a assistant director of a co-op, and we had whittled our finalists down to three ladies who all had their doctorate degrees, all had experience in being a director of special education at one time, and the final recommendation is, what's her name, Tony? Because I literally cannot find this. Cecilia Alrosa. She currently works for the State Board of Education, actually in their special education division. She's one of many who actually goes out and does these audits for the state. She has also worked as a special ed director in a neighboring district. She comes with, she has her doctorate degree from Loyola University. She comes highly recommended from all of the reference checks that we did, both by phone and by electronic tools. And so that is our recommendation tonight, and I just wanted the board to know that we have secured that position. The only thing that we don't know, she just accepted the position today, contingent on the board's approval, and once she knows that the board has approved her hiring, then she will talk to her bosses as to how much time are they going to need before she can be released. Hopefully it would be anywhere from a week or two, which will put us about right in the time when Ms. Putlak will be leaving us.
Mr. President, I wanted to make one comment, I guess, because I did speak briefly with Dr. Rogers about a concern that I addressed a little earlier today with, in an email to he and Superintendent Hirsch, just on the concern of course, transparency in regard to the World Strides proposal or request for approval. And he indicated that, well, I was hoping that this part of the presentation would be open to parents at the October meeting, as it's kind of been touted as a meeting of all, that's what the notification says, a meeting of all the information. It does not specify, as you indicate, that certain things are going to be discussed. So that's an inconsistency. I wish that we could clarify that for future. And I did ask Dr. Rogers why it is that we could not have community input and involvement on this aspect, because of course the dollars come from the parents. I also want to find out specifically, I don't know, I got the packet, of course, coming here and the information later in the email, but you state that you specifically picked this group because of its ability, and I know this group has been around for a while. They just changed their name because this is the same company that was used when my kid was there years ago. But so we're consistently using the same company, and now they've come up with this scholarship piece to the to heighten the incentive for us to utilize their services. How many students will be eligible for scholarships to make it so much worth us continuing to use them as opposed to lowering the cost for future, less the scholarships, enabling more students to participate at a more nominal fee for the average everyday mom and dad.
I'll let Ms. Hurst try to answer that question.
As you could see in the information that I sent you, and it's in the board packet, we had three bids that were of comparable programs. They all were 4-day, 3 nights, all had air transportation versus bus transportation, which was how the program has been for the last year or two. The costs were very similar. So to go to your question about how to lower the costs, I really believe the only way to actually lower the cost is to look at a different mode of transportation. I sent you the one quote that we had where the students, it's the same length of trip, it's a 4-day, 3-night, but they take a bus, so they spend the first day, traveling on the bus to Washington, D.C., and then they spend the last day of the 4 days traveling back. Obviously, the advantage of airfare then is to lengthen the amount of time the students have in Washington to do the tours. So, I don't really believe that other than the transportation issue, all companies seem to be pretty much in the ballpark with what the cost is. So, certainly, to lower the cost for parents is going to require us to fundraise, do some more creative thinking around that. I'm not sure, to answer your question about scholarships, I don't know exactly what the number is. I do know that the company has set aside a certain dollar amount that they allocate across the board for all of their programs that they use to fund scholarships, but I can't actually put a number on it.
Okay, I'm just asking that as we continue to work with them, that needs to be either tracked or something, because I noticed in your email you utilize that as a selling point. It seems to me, that was my perception at least of it, that the other companies are not necessarily offering that.
Correct.
So if that's
the
a
other
selling
companies
point,
did not.
it's not as much of a selling point to me if only 10 kids out of the whole 8th grade population is not receiving scholarships. So, I mean, I would just, at some point in time, since we're constantly using them and not somebody else, that they would be able to provide that, I think, because it seems like a marketing ploy. We give scholarships. That's great. How many, and for the numbers that we utilize for our students is something that, because we could go with somebody else and just forego the scholarships, and maybe we'd have more students. I don't know, the years that we were involved, maybe at 30, 40 kids, and if it's an educational opportunity, I'm guessing more or greater is best. So if we can offer an opportunity that isn't, I mean, we've just talked about the budget. Finance is everything for everybody.
Well, and from the 3 bids that were given to us, the highest bid was $60 more than the company that we're recommending. And then the one that appeared to be the lowest bid didn't have a firm commitment on the cost of the airfare. So it was about a $600 fee plus an airfare cost that was undetermined at this time, estimating it to be, say, $350 to $400 plus taxes and other unknowns, which at this point in time, with the way air travel's going, the cost of that is going up. So if you factor that in, they were all right in the ballpark. So when the decision came to which one should we pick, they picked one that they felt offered some benefits beyond what the other 2 did, which was the scholarships and some money that comes back to the school that they can spend on incidental expenses for students and things like that.
Thank you.
Laura, on average, how many students usually go per year?
I asked Kokona that question when we spoke today, and she told me it runs between 40 and 50 students a year.
So about 40 or 50 went last year?
Mm-hmm.
And how many chaperones?
It's a 1-to-10 ratio. So right now we have 2 administrators that are definitely going. and one teacher, and then the other slots will be filled depending on the number of students to meet that 1-to-10 ratio.
Okay, and I remember there was an issue with some chaperones. There were some allegations from last year. I don't remember getting the results of that. We were supposed to look into that, but maybe I could talk to John about that later. As far as how we pick them and who's allowed to go and be around our kids. Also, were any parents involved in the planning or the choosing of these companies?
No, that was done administratively.
It was just administratively. And I think it's important to get parental input because after all, they are the ones that need to pay for the trip. And also, like Board Member Sanders said, I believe the same thing. If the goal is to be an educational trip, that should be the bottom line as far as, you know, why they're going and everything that we do that's around it. If we're looking at this as an opportunity of educational enhancement, I think that the goal should be to make it feasible and make it affordable for as many students that can go. And if it's not going to be a lot of students going, you know, to Washington, you know, making the trip maybe even local, maybe to Springfield and making it more affordable or whatever. Because like we said, the bottom line is for them to get an educational experience.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I will say this, is that we did take parent input last year. In fact, World Strides was one of the companies that group of parents did suggest, because I don't know who it was the year before, but it wasn't World Strides. Now, I know we may have used them in the past through a different name, but last year it wasn't World Strides or the name they existed under prior to this. And so it was those parents actually that brought this particular company back to the forefront, as well as a few others. So we did look at 4 companies in total, of which one provides the trip through bus rather than airfare. And I agree with you, Nakia. Honestly, I think it's just going to have to be, and I'll relay this message to Ms. Chrysos, that when she has this parent meeting, it should maybe even just be a general discussion of what is it that we really want to accomplish. Does it have to be Washington, or does it have to be, or should it be just something that's educational but is closer to home, that makes it more affordable? Because the only way that we're really going to bring it down to the price of maybe expanding the numbers is either one, if it's still going to be Washington, then you're going to have to change the mode of transportation, or 2, bring it closer to home, and it becomes a lot more affordable to more people because you're not spending this kind of money or anywhere near it. To go to Springfield probably maybe would be $100, a day trip. So, but that's a philosophical question that I think, I do think that's worthy of having a conversation with as many parents as possible. Probably 7th grade parents now about next year, because if you're going to do any changes, you need to do it, sometime this year to prepare them for next year. And trust me on this one, if you change anything, even though it might be more affordable and more people, you're still going to have people who are going to complain that we changed it from Washington, because they're going to have their heart set on Washington. So,
let me also ask, because to my understanding, there's a 8th grade parent meeting, I think on the 6th, and then like a week later with a meeting on the trip specifically.
12.
The 12th. And I'm just wondering why it couldn't be done together. Why do parents need to come out twice within a week?
I think the first meeting is just a general meeting for everything related to graduation activities, from the boat trips to the dances to cap and gowns to honor presentations and so on. The Washington trip is more detailed, and I think it gets into fundraising and the whole scholarship thing and so on. And so I think that, I don't know enough about how much time is involved. You could say, well, after the first meeting, if it starts at 6 to 7:30, can the people who are still interested in Washington just stay after? I don't know enough about it to know why it's separated, but I just know that that's what they're doing right now. But I will ask the question.
I know
For
they
the
do
sake of
have
time.
a rep from the company that'll be there on the 12th.
Say it again.
They have a representative from the company that's coming on the 12th.
I'm just thinking about the parents, having to schedule 2 nights, already probably busy. If they could, have made it a little bit more convenient, I think it would have been better for the parents.
Okay.
President, I have one comment here. On the special meeting that we had back August 25th regarding the state award funds for the school construction grant that we applied for. And one of the comments or statement that was in those minutes, it says that the board, us, want the business manager, Dr. Rogers, to prepare a bulletized list to post on a district website regarding how these funds will be utilized. So I just want to know and make sure I understand how that process, or have you, Dr. Rogers, have you really thought about how he would do that? I just don't want these funds listed, or how you're going to think about using these funds listed on the website without us, the board, knowing about that.
Obviously, yes. I believe the plan is that in the October, in fact, I know that at the end of this month, I'm supposed to be discussing with Daniel and Bob if we receive that money tentatively, what would be the list of things that we need to address maintenance-wise, project-wise, over 5 years, bringing data that comes from life safety surveys, different studies that we have conducted, and so on. The first group that would get the information of ideas of what we have in mind would be the Finance Committee. We would inform the whole board so that if any board member wanted to come, they could do that. My suggestion, even if it ends up being a couple months worth of discussions, and I don't think it's going to be, just one meeting that's going to determine that. It'd probably be, several meetings. But once it's thoroughly discussed, I think that it should be brought to the full board, if that's the wish of the Finance Committee, to get some sort of consent or approval on this is the list.
Okay.
Once that's done, then it should be posted on a website. I don't think it should be posted on a website until it's been fully vetted with first the Finance Committee and then the full board.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions about the consent agenda?
I do have one more question. I'm looking at Dr. Edison with the HR report. I didn't see the principal for CSK listed. The principal for CSK.
She went on leave. She had a baby.
Is that under this one?
As far as her leave, I believe her leave request was on last.
It was on last
report.
one,
Yes, I believe so.
in August?
I'm sorry.
You said in August?
Yes, in the last month's report.
Okay.
She had put in that request earlier.
Okay, I'll talk to you about that. I just had a question about it.
Okay. There's no other questions. Secretary, please call the roll.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. Mr. Rose?
Aye. The consent agenda is passed. I'd like to make note of some donations to the district. Oops, I just lost it. On behalf of the students and staff of Monee Elementary, to thank them for a donation of school supplies from St. Paul's United Church of Christ. We thank them for their generous donation of school supplies. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, we have some action reports that we need to take care of. And the first one we have is the approval of the application for recognition of schools. So I need a motion to approve the application for recognition of schools to be forwarded to the regional superintendent of schools.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Heisel.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Sanders. Questions or comments?
Regional office does an audit. We just completed that last year, but every year there's basically just a survey of questions to make sure that certain things are in place. They trust that you are giving them truthful information. Every once in a while, even during the year, they'll drop in just to check on certain things, and so this is pretty routine. We are in compliance with everything that we need to be in compliance with, so we need this to be approved so that we can get our official recognition status.
Any other comments? If not, all those in favor of the application for recognition of schools, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Exceptions, none. The application is approved. Next item on the action reports is, we have a approval of the settlement of student records claims as was discussed in a previous session. So I need to get a motion to approve the settlement of student records claims as discussed in a previous closed session.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, second by Mrs. Coletti. Any discussion? If not, will the secretary please call a roll?
Mr. Brown?
Abstain.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. Mr. Rose?
Aye. The motion's passed. Next item we have on our agenda is to adopt the fiscal year 2012 budget. I need to get a motion to approve it as presented by Mr. Gruce earlier this evening for the budget for the 2011-2012 school year.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Heisel.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Stockton. Do you have any comments or questions? If not, will the secretary please call a roll?
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Right before we,
Mrs. Sanders?
is it, are we approving the budget?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or you want to speak?
Yeah, can I say something real quick? I'm sorry, I was checking a personnel report. I just want to say this one thing before the board completes their vote. First of all, I want to really say that I appreciate all the comments that the board has had with the administration over the last few months, or last few weeks actually, about the budget. And I do want to say that I think what has come out of it for me, and I talked to Bob about this, is that a couple of things. One is that I do think that among probably all the board members, there probably is a degree of concern that, yes, we still have a deficit. And I do think that over the next few months, we are going to have to discuss and hopefully, if we can, get consensus around, so what are we really going to do with the deficit over, let's say, a 3 to 5 year period. There's just a few options that we have available to us. The second issue that came out of the discussion with several board members is, I believe, still a reassurance that I think it's on us as the administrators to bring this to the board, that we need to show from things that we've done in the past, and if we have to continue to have this conversation about the future, on the cost-saving things that we have done to be fiscally responsible in terms of we have made reductions, we do a lot of bidding and bulk savings and, you know, energy conservation and so on. But I think, again, everyone doesn't have that history. We need to bring that forward, and we need to be open to new ideas if there are board members that have ideas that maybe we haven't considered certain things, to have that discussion. The third and final point that I believe a few board members have still, at least I feel, are wrestling with as they had the conversations with Bob and myself, is this issue of there are other operating departments that have large budgets, and do we need to spend that kind of money, whatever is allocated in those departments, can we not maybe shift some of that money toward education? I just want to tell two stories, and then I'm done. I want to give just what I think ought to be done next as far as on the administration with the board. I'll never forget this as long as I live, because I just thought it was unique. Tom Verbeck, it was several years ago, he was the president, and in the role of president, he felt very responsible for what the board did in the public, especially as it related to the budget. And we were talking at a time about cuts again, reducing expenditures. And this was the statement that he made. He was very emphatic about this, and he kept his word on this. He said, I am not going to recommend one penny be cut from our budget, and especially anything that's going to be cut from kids, unless I have a thorough understanding and a thorough analysis of where every dollar is spent in this district. And I remember Todd Koval was the business official at that time, and I just happened to be in the district on this day because it was a Saturday. And at this time, I would come in on weekends a lot to just finish up work. And Tom and Todd and maybe Roberta, I can't remember, were sort of in his office, and there were chart papers all plastered all over the wall. I'm talking about 10, 20, 30 different sheets of paper, because what Todd did with Tom is he literally took Tom line item by line item through the entire budget. So let's just say it was a $50 million budget back then. Tom kept his word in the sense of he walked out of there. They must have spent the entire day. It must have been at least 5 or 6 hours. When Tom walked out, he said, I now truly have an understanding where every penny in this district is spent. I mean, they were pulling out things out of drawers, out of file cabinets. There was nothing that was left unturned. Purchase requisitions were looked at, the whole 9 yards. And I guess what I want to say is that I already, Bob and I have talked about this, and we'll talk about it more at the Finance Committee. I think we're going to offer that at least to, again, to whoever, whether it's the entire board wants that, whether it's 2 board members, 3 board members, whatever, because as I told one board member, to me, it is absolutely essential. Everybody has different levels of understanding about budgets. And although I want the full board to have consensus around the budget, that's my desire, But if it can't happen, I personally take responsibility. I feel responsible for it, because one thing that I feel that I absolutely need to do is to make sure I've done everything to make sure that you have a clear understanding about, if you need to know down to the penny where we spend money, I don't mind putting in the hours if you want to put in the hours with me. I truly don't mind that. And I already told Bob, and he knows I'm just saying this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but I'm dead serious about it. I don't care if we have to spend a whole weekend with sleeping bags in his office, and, you know, we have Cheetos and potato chips and TV dinners, but whatever it takes, we will sit there and go through it, so that when people walk out, they can at least say, I do have a clear understanding. Once you understand where every dollar is spent, then you can have the conversation about maybe there does need to be a shift here or a shift there, keeping in mind that it has to be eventually a majority of the board that has to agree in those shifts. This is not my money. It's not your money. You all are stewards of the district. I know every single one of you live in this district. You have to, otherwise you can't be a board member. So I understand, you know, your responsibility. But I think I heard you loud and clear, and I'm willing to do, you know, whatever it needs to be done to make sure that all board members have the kind of understanding that they want to have about the budget. And I think that we need to start, because of the things that I heard, we need to start already next month talking about the future. We do it anyway through the 5-year projections, but I do think that the first thing that I want to do is offer that session. Do you want to come in at your convenience, and we'll make it happen, and let's work through the details behind the big numbers. That's the first thing. The second thing is come back once everyone feels that they've taken advantage of that opportunity, and let's talk about is there possible things that we can do differently as far as practices? That's one phase. And then thirdly, is there something that we can do in terms of shifting of priorities? But again, I want to make it clear, it still has to be, I can lead the discussion, but it has to be the majority of the board. I think once that's said, the reason why I'm willing to do that, not only because I think it's important that the board is unified on this as much as possible, but because I've told the board at the last Finance Committee meeting, I am concerned about the deficit. I myself am concerned. My central office people know that I said, look, my goal, if it's possible, I don't know if it's going to be possible, but in 3 years, there's going to, or in 4 years for sure, there will probably be someone else sitting in my seat. And if there's anything about a legacy, we talked about that a couple days ago, about what is the legacy. One of the legacies I would like to have is that I left the district with a balanced budget. Now, I don't know if that's going to be possible, but that's what I would like to do. And I am going to propose some reduction in expenditures this year. So it just all fits, because what I propose, you may propose something too. You may say, let's do this, because I'm going to definitely propose some things that we need to maybe, whether it's a shift, whether you want to look at it as a shift, a true cut, or whatever. But I have some ideas of some things we need to do to reduce our budget. Again, now I'm not talking about, again, programs and, band people coming up and, large auditoriums and people with signs, yelling at us. I'm not talking about those kind of cuts, but I am talking about we need to reduce some expenditures. And so if I'm going to do that anyway, then we might as well be all in. First of all, get a great understanding about what's behind the numbers, and then let's all throw our opinions in, because if your CEO is going to propose maybe $500,000 to $900,000 worth of reductions, then why can't you certainly have your opinion about what needs to happen? And so we just all mix it up together, and whatever comes out, we'll be ready in the spring to do something differently, because I do think we need to do something differently. Or we may decide that we're comfortable with $1 million to a $2 million debt and hope that revenue catches up. That is a strategy. It's not one I'm going to recommend, but it is a strategy. It will just keep you in a cycle of borrowing every few years. You're going to have, that's the decision that we're going to make until the economy gets better. And if that's a strategy, that's fine too. But at least let's have the discussion. And so I'm willing to have the discussion. And that's all I wanted to say. I hope tonight that we can approve the budget, but if someone feels compelled that they can't, I would hope that they would tell me tonight, as your CEO, what it is that we need or what you feel we need to do differently so you can be comfortable about the budget. That's the only thing I would ask, if you would be so kind to do that. Thank you.
I'd like to just apologize to Dr. Rogers for not allowing him the opportunity before we had a couple members vote on the acceptance of the fiscal budget. I know we had talked earlier that he'd like to make a couple comments, and I apologize for not allowing him the opportunity to do that, and just something I forgot to do. But thank him for his comments, and the two members that already voted for it, based on anything that Dr. Rogers has said, would you like the opportunity to change your vote at all?
No.
Okay. So then, Secretary, please continue calling the roll then.
Well, I would like to say first, thank you, Dr. Rogers, for making some clarity. And I think that we have it down on paper, and we it seems hopeful, and I just only hope that we follow through and that the action follows what's written down on paper. And I think discussion is good, productive discussion is good, and discussion that is intentionally had to pave the way for action. So I'm all for discussion as long as we follow through with what we've committed to do and to get the district in the financial state that it needs to be in.
Okay.
I will continue the vote. Mrs. Sanders?
Yes, I'd like to preface before my vote that, again, I do thank you, Dr. Rogers, for your clarity. I also want to state to Superintendent Gross, a big thank you for the opportunity that you allowed me to sit in with you last week and just get a clearer understanding. And as I stated to Superintendent Gross at that time, that I could not necessarily tell him at that point if I would indeed vote yes for the budget. But I want to make it clear that I don't feel any malfeasance has been addressed in the budget. It's just that at this time, for me, my vote is nay. And it is nay because I do have fundamental concerns, of course, about the spending. I think, as I stated to both Dr. Gross and Dr. Rogers, well, I'm putting everybody in a doctor, but that I just feel, just looking at it, that there are ways that we can continue to cut in spending. I like what you said earlier about what my predecessor, Mr. Verbeck, decided to do. I'm certainly not opposed to it. I think better understanding is required. Timeliness, if I had to do it today as I have to, I would be remiss in saying yes, given the information that I have. I think we need to demonstrate a strategic effort in targeting areas that can be cut and not just say, well, we're at this point now, that's it. And I want to see, this time I volunteered to come in and sit down, but certainly I think we can be proactive because we have to make the vote. So we need to be a little more proactive in saying, as we're in finance meetings, if there are questions
that bother or are of a big nature concern, we should go back to the table. I understand the sense of timeliness. We've discussed that, but my vote is nay for those reasons.
Mrs. Stockton?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Nay. And again, I do appreciate Dr. Rogers and Assistant Superintendent Bob. I won't say your last name because I'll chop it up too, for the rigor that you guys put into the budget, trying to make it clear and understandable to everyone, answering the questions that I submitted to you, to both of you, and sharing those questions to the rest of the board. However, if you are in the business, I heard Dr. Rogers address himself as a CEO, and a real CEO will look at a company and say, you know what, if I have more liabilities than assets, it's called leading down the road to bankruptcy. In our case with this budget, we have more expenditures than revenues, and we don't have a clear plan, in my opinion, to address that gap. Therefore, that's my vote, nay.
Secretary, aye. Mr. Rose?
Aye. The adoption of the 2012 budget is passed. Thank you for your comments. The next item on the agenda is a wrestling mat donation to be used as a wrestling mat to a community wrestling program. I need to have a motion to approve us donating a used wrestling mat. Moved by Mr. Heisel.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Coletti. Do we have any discussion?
I think it's a great idea. We can't use the mat anymore. Get it out into the community, get some of these youngsters going at it, convert some wrestlers by the time they get to high school.
I just hope they clean it off. So as it hasn't been used in 5 to 9 years.
Sanitize it.
It's collecting dust, so.
That was what I was going to ask, too,
Lots of
because
luck.
having a son that wrestled for 4 years, I know how stinky these guys can be. So I didn't know if there was some kind of thing that we go through as far as the disinfecting of the thing before we give it to them, along with what kind of liability do we have if we give them something like that and the kid catches a disease or a skin thing from it prior or after we give it to them and stuff. Are they accepting all the liability on it, and do we have something signed by them to do that?
We don't have any formal agreement with this group. I mean, they just really want to just donate it. But what we can do is, before we give it away, we'll do a thorough cleaning or sanitize the mat just like we would our regular mats that we use. So, we won't give them a dirty mat with
I didn't
any type of diseases on it.
I didn't think we
or
would,
anything.
but my thought is,
Right.
There's always something that could go wrong. If we get just some kind of written signature that we're not being held liable for anything that happens,
I'll do
after
that.
we give it to them, that's.
I'll let the wrestling team know that.
We could draft something like that.
It looks like they had the name in here. Mike Foy is the organizer of this
Yeah.
group. We'll get something signed by him saying
That's
that
cool.
he's accepting the mat, and won't hold us liable for anything that
That's cool.
happens.
So any other questions? Yeah. I don't know. Will Secretary please call a roll?
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. Mr. Rose?
Aye. Next item we have is for a permanent easement agreement with the Village of Crete to establish for future installation of domestic water infrastructure. So I need a motion to join into this easement with the Village of Crete for future installation of domestic water infrastructure.
I'll move it.
Moved by Mr. Heisel.
Second.
Second by Mr. Brown. Any questions or comments? Bob, I don't know.
I mean, basically, just like it says on the report, this is just granting access to the village at the high school and the sixth grade center properties so that they can install and maintain their infrastructure when needed, tying into the water, what do you call it, the water tower that they had put up behind the high school. So that's actually the easement document is there. It has a drawing of where the easements would be, so that in the future when they need to tie into those areas, they have the right to do that.
Where will the easement run?
Daniel Bohm has more information regarding this.
The easement ties into the loop that goes around the high school, around the back, and just to the west of the tennis courts, there's a water main that runs. They're going to go under the road, tie in there, and come around behind the tennis courts, and then go cross-country over to where the well house is, and then make the tie-in there.
Are we getting something in writing from the village that whatever they tear up, whatever they destroy, whatever they decide to rip up, that they are paying to repair it back to its original state?
That's normal protocol for construction issues. If it's a real concern, I can make sure that we have a document stating so.
I just want to make sure, because I know there were some issues with the water tower, the painting of it, the, design on it, and I think that was kind of a source of confusion for people involved. So I just want to make sure that when they come in and rip up our grass or rip up our roads or whatever they have to do, that it is clear cut. There's no questions, there's no misunderstandings on the part of the village, for instance, as to what their role would be.
Yeah, we don't want any confusion like there was on the painting of the sign on the water tower.
I understand what you're saying.
Daniel, you said that's standard protocol and you'll ensure. I'm just trying to reiterate. You're saying that's typically standard protocol. And if that's something we needed, then you would go about doing that, or?
Yeah, I can meet with the village manager tomorrow and get some of these issues ironed out.
Well, I think what we want is, and we want a full intergovernmental agreement, like we didn't do on the water tower.
Okay.
And once you have that, to be submitted so we can see it.
Okay.
I mean, it's just the documentation.
So, Board President Rose, can we have this amended to add the stipulations that we just requested?
Did I move it? Yeah, I moved it, and I will agree to the amended, that the motion should read that we will approve the easement pending an intergovernmental agreement between the village and the school district.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Heisel, seconded by Mrs. Sanders for the modification to the motion for approval of the water infrastructure easement after an intergovernmental agreement is developed between the school district and the village of Crete. Is that correct?
Correct.
Even though there's no money involved, but will the Secretary please call a roll?
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. Mr. Rose?
Aye. The motion is passed with the modified intergovernmental agreement added to it. The next item on the agenda is the purchase of a van for the maintenance department. You're trying to replace a 1991 Ram with almost 200,000 miles on it. It's worn out, not been deemed safe to operate. I think I've seen it sitting over on the side of the building over there, rotting and rusting, so need a motion in order to purchase this through the state bid specifications for $19,045.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Heisel.
Second?
Second by Mrs. Coletti. Discussion?
Daniel, I do have a question. And how long has this van been incapacitated, for so to speak? How long?
It's been sitting there for at least a year.
At least a year. Was it down before last budget was adopted? Last year budget, to your knowledge?
Probably.
So at that point, did we seek to buy a new van at that point, or no, because of the issues with the district, financial issues? We
No,
chose not to go.
We did not pursue replacement of that van at that time. We have undergone some personnel changes within the maintenance department that deems it important that we now have the van. So.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Daniel, can you just state for the record, because I know you said it in the finance meeting, but for the record, because we're still saying 19,000, and this kind of goes back, just to be honest with you, with the budget for me. I think when we say small monies, all monies are monies, and so even when we say 19,000, I would like to be able to comfortably say to someone, what is the difference between this 19,000? Can you indicate with some veracity about the true significance of why we need this $19,000 van versus something else that we could put towards something academic related? I mean, that's what people hear. So, but this may have some value. Can you explain it?
Sure. The school district, as you know, covers 80 square miles. And we have a central maintenance department. And that department is responsible for maintaining the district infrastructure. That's the heating and cooling and plumbing and electricity and all of the other minutia that go with the maintenance of facilities. During the summertime, I do regular rounds around the district, and a round trip around the district is about 24.5 miles, and it takes quite a bit of time to do that. The purchase of this van would provide our systems operations tech the ability to go onto any of our sites and to be able to make repairs. His primary function is for heating and ventilation and the controls thereof, which include the operation of all of our food service equipment. This is a very important piece of equipment, and we would have that to support the operations of the district so that the students have an environment that is conducive to education.
So how have you been able to get by this past year without the van?
Well, first of all, the person was hired 6 months ago, and we've had a truck that he has been using, which is actually intended to be used by another person, and it's been very difficult to manage that inconsistency as far as transportation and delivery of our services.
So in your honest opinion, this is my last question, do you feel it is a great necessity to obtain this van this year or during this budget year as opposed to waiting to the next budget year?
I do.
What are the plans for the one that's sitting?
We would dispose of it.
Donated?
That's the board's pleasure.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's the board's pleasure. We would dispose of it in any way, shape, or form that the board deems necessary or appropriate.
You said it's a Fred Flintstone.
Yeah,
So when do we
donate that liability away?
So
Cars for kids or something.
yeah, that's right. Okay.
I think they take any car, don't they?
Yeah.
They'll take it.
For the kids to work at.
So are we saying we'll donate the van?
If the board wants us to donate it to some particular organization, that would be okay. I would certainly want to make sure that we weren't liable for anything.
The motion on the table right now is simply to purchase the van. I think if we need to do something different, we need to come up with a different motion as far as the disposition of the van and something else. So why don't we take care of the purchase of the van first, and then we can address the disposition of the old van. Any other questions in regards to purchasing of a new van for maintenance? If not, will the secretary please call the roll?
Mr. Brown?
Yay? Or aye? Yay.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Yes.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. Mr. Rose?
Aye. The purchase is approved. At the request of the board, we're looking to have a motion for disposition of the old van as a donation to a charitable organization.
Can't do it.
Oh, we can't do that?
However,
Can we do it
can
next month?
suggest it be done,
No.
and then we'll make a final decision next month.
That's fine. Why don't you find out about what can be, how it can be dispositioned, and then get back to us, and we'll do that next month.
We'll certainly do that.
I won't make it any
Thank
harder.
you for your explanation.
No personal use of the vehicle, please. Thank you.
Preferably Cars for Kids or something like that type of organization.
Okay.
They may not even want it, but, you know,
No, they'll take it.
they'll take it. Okay. The approval is passed for the purchase of the van. The next item we have on the agenda is resolution approving the local share amount. There's a revision to the local share amount to a new figure, $38,748,585 versus $23,282,632. Either way, the local share has already been met with expenditure of referendum construction in the past for our new school. So basically, this resolution, I need to have a motion to approve this resolution, changing the amount of the approved local share.
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Heisel,
Second.
second by Mrs. Coletti.
In
Any comments?
effect, the people of the state made a mistake when they wrote up the numbers of what we were supposed to be getting. The original was that we would receive $23,282,632. They put in the $38 million figure in the wrong place. We're simply correcting it, and they've corrected it on their end. We have to pass a resolution agreeing with that so the paperwork's all right, and so they can process the check.
The key is that the overall project was $62 million. At the time the grant application was filed, the local share would have been about $39 million, and then the state would pay the $23. So all this is saying is that the the document should read the local share is 39 because it was always 39. We had the larger local share portion. Well, the buildings have all been built, and we've paid off all of those bills. So the amount that we're to be awarded is that state amount of 23. So it's always been 23. But on the actual resolution that they wanted us to approve for their paperwork, the number in here should have said 38, not 23. So we just want to get a formal document with the correct number in there so there's no questions ever at any point down the road.
Yeah. Okay. Secretary, please call the roll.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. Mr. Rose?
Aye. The resolution modifying the local share amounts is approved. The next item is crack sealing of asphalt parking lots at the high school, 6th grade center, middle school, and Monee Elementary. It's preventive maintenance on new and existing pavement for cracks in the promoting delamination and premature failure of the parking lots. I need to get a motion to approve the bid for, I'm trying to see who it was,
Move.
about $31,000 from Pavement Systems to take care of these cracks.
Move.
Moved by Mrs. Coletti,
Second.
second by Mrs. Stockton. Any comments, questions?
Daniel's done a lot of background work. We talked about this with the Finance Committee, and they had given him a lot of different information that they wanted for tonight's meeting. So he has all that prepared, and I'd like to give him the opportunity to share some of that with you.
The crack sealing of the parking lots is a normal maintenance procedure, and I believe that there was a document from Healy Bender and Associates that was provided to the board with all of the supporting data and information regarding the procedures for the maintenance of asphalt. I believe that the information included the fact that not only is crack sealing a necessary process, but also seal coating is a necessary process in maintaining drives and parking lots.
Okay, if I remember correctly, the big question at the Finance Committee was that we needed to be reassured that none of these cracks were the result of the improper installation of the parking lots to begin with, because we have had some problems, and I know that Healy Bender and their people have made sure that on their end that they've gotten the work done and you've gone after it. And that was the big question. Is this natural wear and tear, natural maintenance that would take course in the natural course of time, or is there a structural problem?
I have talked to Healy Bender and Associates, and they assure me that what we're witnessing at this point is natural wear and tear. The failures with the asphalt, the paving, that we felt that there were issues with have been corrected. And we've done that over the course of 2 summers.
Okay, then, just out of curiosity, knowing that, if we do the maintenance, what's the life expectancy of these parking lots? How much more time we got before we have to replace them?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Anderley on that. He's from Healy Bender.
He's been sitting there all night. He's got to say something.
You want to get him standing up.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Been a long evening. Normal maintenance on bituminous or asphalt parking lots is typically required starting like 2 years after they're installed, and should be repeated on a semi-annual basis. Your parking lot should be inspected yearly just to make sure you catch things early. Typically, the paving will start to degrade. You'll start to see fine cracks occur. Those should be taken care of right away. And seal coating is another method to, actually is the next step you should be taking after the crack filling. But if you're proactive and you do the normal maintenance that's required, then you should see several years or more before you have to grind off and do a top coat.
Okay.
In
So-
your expert opinion on this, if it were to wait until next year, what are the ramifications in your opinion?
You'll see some serious degrading occur because you have a lot of cracks that have opened up. You should actually probably have been filled beginning of the season or even last season. And the more they're left open, the moisture gets in, water gets in, freeze-thaw cycles occur. Then you start blowing out the pavement. You start attacking the base course under the pavement. So this is a very important thing to be doing this season.
Do you speak on this issue as an expert in the field?
Yes.
And if needed, you can bring us examples that if a company or firm did not take the right preventive measures, that these are the consequences.
In some manner of that way, I suppose we could. I mean, this information I'm providing to you is the industry standard. It's published documentation that proper care and maintenance to asphalt paving needs to occur, and you need to do these things. I mean, the paving isn't just going to not degrade over time. It gets a tremendous amount of traffic, tremendous amount of loading occurs to it. You can see that anywhere on any city street as well.
Okay, I would just like to ask this one last question. Were you part of the process upon the initial construction of the...
Not the construction, the design.
Or the design?
Yeah.
Was it disseminated to the school, the right preventive measures or PM program for caring for the asphalt?
It's typically, something like that falls under the realm of any normal maintenance that you would have to occur on a facility. So we wouldn't have provided a booklet on preventive maintenance on asphalt. That's something that's an industry standard. It's no.
Okay, it was my understanding that our facilities director did not have in his possession a program to follow, a PM program to follow.
Well, he did do seal coating. This is the next step. Seal coating occurred, I believe, year before last, Daniel, if I'm mistaken, or 2 years ago.
Seal coating.
So seal coating occurred, which is initial step. But as the asphalt ages, the other things you have to do is crack fill. If you start to see cracks opening up, you want to stop the moisture from getting down, or the water from getting down into the asphalt.
Yes.
The way to stop that is with crack sealing.
With crack sealing. Okay. I guess if I can ask this one question, last question to Daniel. Under the financial impact, you're saying that this will come out of the operating and maintenance budget, which is not budgeted for right now, right? So I think we have, I don't know, $270,000 deficit in the O&M budget right now. So this is about 10% more that's going to be added on. Is that correct?
We were looking at this as being part of the O&M budget. We've got within the budget.
So this is within the FY12 budget.
Yes.
For O&M.
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? If not, Secretary, please call a roll.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. Mr. Rose?
Aye. Thank you. The crack ceiling project is approved. Thank you, Scott and Daniel, for the information that we needed for that. The next item we have on the agenda is an informational regarding staff from Dr. Rogers.
If you look on page 190 of the board packet, I said in the report that we have pretty much concluded registration for this year. I checked with Mrs. Stevens last week, and she told me she only had 10 appointments on the book that were left. And after that, unless someone just shows up out of the blue, I would say that we're probably concluding our final numbers this week. Unfortunately, people do still come throughout the year. But anyway, with the numbers we have as of September the 13th, that was 6 days ago, we do have some classes that we feel that we need to address. The second grade at Balmoral is pretty much at an average of 30. The second grade at Crete, there's only 2 of them. You see a third one, that's a special education class. They're over 30. And the first grade at Talala, this is where kids need to learn how to read, they have the highest class size average of anyone in the whole school. The only other issue, if you wanted just to look at size, you could look at Monee around 3rd grade. There is 2 rooms of 30. The reason why I'm not addressing that one is because, honestly, I think last year when we developed the budget, we looked at if we had to make additions, we usually make them K2, and 3 on up. If it comes to it, we, as an intermediate step, could provide an aide in the classroom, which is cheaper than a teacher. But if it gets too much over 34, 35 as an average, you really do just have to get the teacher, because you just cannot have, these classrooms can barely take over 35. It would just be kids on top of kids. So I'm asking the board 2 things. It's not a vote, it's really just consent that based on this information and the fact, if you look at page, hold on, I'll give you the page number in a second, page 186 in the board packet, there was a new law that was passed last year with students with diabetes, and what it requires is that there is a diabetic care plan for every kid that has diabetes in your school, as well as a health professional that is assigned to each kid that has diabetes in your school. If you look at the 3rd bullet, student's parent guardian is responsible for sharing the instructions of the student's health care provider to the student's diabetes management during the school day. The health care provider's instructions, as well as a copy of the signed prescription and the methods of insulin administration, must be included in the DCP, which is the district care plan. We have an unusual level of increase in kids with diabetes this year in 2 schools in particular. The cases are so severe that if a child does get low in their blood sugar and they're young on top of that, what was told to me by our school nurses, when they fall fast, meaning these particular cases, which means you really can't have a healthcare professional that's not in the building at all times, because if they're in a different building and if they're falling fast, by the time you get to the child, it may put the child in some grave danger. And so for that reason, we asked the board last year for a proposal that had 7 healthcare professionals, 8 healthcare professionals, and we never used the 8th person. We needed to wait on our numbers. So we're asking for 2 part-timers, which is within the 8 allotted number that we had. It's just that we wanted to make you aware of that we're not going over the budget to hire these 2 part-time people. But the class size issue at Monee, Crete, and Talala is still within the budget, but we just want to let the board know that we feel that we need to do this. Bob can confer, it wasn't in tonight's presentation, but in the original Finance Committee presentation, there was, how much, Bob, was set aside for student enrollment? Was it $250,000?
I allocated $250,000 for positions that weren't hired yet, or, you know, basically for, just because I knew from experience that this tends to happen.
Yes.
And that, you know, you need to anticipate that you're going to have to hire some more staff during the year, so.
So what we're asking tonight will still not expend that whole 250. It may be close to 200 or a little under, so we still have a little more room. But we would like to post these positions tomorrow, no later than Wednesday, and then bring them to the board at the October meeting. Let the principals interview and bring those recommendations to you in October, where then it would become a vote. But we assume that if you're going to at least say these numbers justify the posting, that hopefully we wouldn't have any problem in October to approve the positions. It is in the budget.
And Bob, John, just for clarity, I think this is the line item that I was asking you guys about?
Yes.
Okay.
It is. So if I don't hear any more comments that would say, no, don't do this, then I'm going to assume that Dr. Edison can post the 3 positions at the elementary level and the 2 part-time positions for LPNs.
Just one question. Since we're doing this today, but we're voting on it next month, would it not stand when you put the board's the approval of the budget, instead of having the kind of miscellaneous notation, now that you upgraded it, because we know we're going to do it, so it
Yes.
can be specific?
Yes, we can do that. And we can put that on the approved budget as just an approved expenditure, that it's not a contingency, it's an expenditure. Okay.
And actually, the way that will work is I have a roster of every employee that's in the district, their salary and all the benefits. I have line items in that roster right now that actually these are listed as a contingency line, and then I'll now take these and then delete the contingency lines and then add these in as part of the position control that we're going to have this year, where, you know, every change that's made will tie back to that original roster. So this will use up most of that contingency, those 5 lines of contingency that I had. Pretty much most of that will be used up with these.
I just want to say, I think it bodes well, because you stated tonight that you can make amendments to the budget. And so we had it down in writing, and for no one who may have come to look at it, the change negates some transparency, if nothing else.
No, I guess this question is to either Bob or Dr. Rogers or either Dr. Edison. Did we not reduce a couple LPNs last year, or doing the reduction? Did we not do that? Did we reduce?
I think
or let go?
last year we had the position of health aide.
Okay.
And then we had eliminated that position from the district and then replaced the health aides with the LPNs and medical record technicians. So that was a strategic change in terms of it's just different types of employees, or basically having the nurses instead of the health aides was something that we did between the 2 fiscal years.
Okay. So these are LPN nurses that we did not have. And, okay, I just want to make sure that if we let this position go last year, that we are bringing those same people that we let go back.
Right.
No. They weren't LPN.
There was
They were not LPN.
we can go back over it, but it was some history behind the reason that we made that change for some certification issues and so forth, and the district felt strongly that the best thing to do was to get this particular employee category or category of employee to upgrade it. And so we eliminated the health aides positions completely because they were limited in some of the things that they could do within working with the students and so forth.
Did those employees know their limitations, and that was a main, probably the main reason why they were let go? They did not have the qualifications needed?
Well, the job category itself was no longer useful for the district. That job category had been part of the district for a while, but some of the needs and the various changes in the laws and so forth made that job category no longer useful. So we were finding ourselves in difficult situations of even possible litigation based upon that job category.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, trying to ask here is that the person that was let go did not meet that job category.
Yes.
Did that person know that? Did that person have an opportunity to obtain those skills that's needed for the right category?
Yes, all of the people who were in that category of employment were offered positions to be reemployed within the district. They also were made known of the changes of that position, I would say easily 5 to 6 months prior to the change actually taking place. So they had opportunities to make any necessary adjustments. But the majority of those, all of those individuals were offered positions back in the district, and the majority of them are still with us.
Good. Great.
Okay. All right. Do we have any old business? No old business, then we'll move on to new business, which is upcoming committee meeting dates.
I gave the board an FYI. There's three issues that we have before us. The first one is whether or not the board wants to continue with the IASB workshop with Jeff Cohn. I certainly don't feel we were finished. I personally enjoyed it. I felt that if we can come to those agreements on the blue sheet and gold sheet, I think that it will take us a long way into the future. Jeff said that, well, he told you all at the meeting that he was not available until December again. I looked at December. Obviously, we're not going to meet during Christmas holidays. So if we were to, we met with Jeff last Monday, a week ago from today, and if you follow the same pattern, if that is acceptable to the board, we could meet on December 12th, which would be 1 week before the December board meeting.
So that is the December board meeting.
Oh, well, then maybe we need to do the week before that, if it's possible, which would be December the 2nd, I assume. Let's make sure before I make a mistake on that one. The 5th, yes, I'm sorry, the 5th. I'm just throwing that out as a date. Obviously, it's the majority of the board, but I guess the first question is, would we like to meet with them? And then the second one is, what date would you like for me to give Mr. Cohn?
Yes. My opinion is, yeah, I think, we should meet with them again. I think it was very enlightening and productive for what we were talking about. There's still, some things I think that we need to discuss. So, we need to finish our work. So I really don't care, nights or even a Saturday or whatever, whatever the preference is of the members. So,
I prefer a Saturday.
I'm not available on Saturday. So.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't. Saturdays. Yeah,
Okay.
in fact,
That's
I
fine.
remember that. He said he doesn't do weekends himself. So I'm asking, first of all, the opinion of the board about December 5th, then. That's a Monday. Is there anyone who cannot make it? Maybe that's the question to ask. December 5th, that's a Monday.
When do we go on break, Christmas break?
That we're off, right. So it'd be the 21st would be the last day before break, last day that we're in school.
Because I'm wondering, is it possible to do a daytime where we have more time after we go on break, or when we're on break?
I'm not on break.
I just know that I didn't know, we
I still
have
have to
committee
work.
meetings during the day too, so. Or at least earlier than 7 o'clock at night. That's my proposition.
I can make myself available whenever, but again, it's up to the board.
Anybody have a problem with the 5th?
I don't have a problem.
No problem with the 5th? Why don't we at least tentatively shoot for the 5th and try to schedule it even earlier, like 5 o'clock? Is that okay? Or that way, we can even bring in sandwiches or something like that and be done earlier? That was the suggestion, to do it earlier. Or is that too early for some people that are traveling?
How about 6?
Mark, Mary said
5:30 would probably be a lot better.
Throwing things out, these suggestions,
Yeah.
if people are saying, so.
So I'm just going to say, to me, it's far in advance. That's around the holidays. I'm sorry. I don't want to commit to it. I'm going to do all
That's
I can.
way ahead of the holidays.
For me, it's not. It's right around when I'm doing what I'm doing. So
Okay.
I'm not going to just.
Why don't we put in the 5th of December at like 5:30 then? We try to shoot for
I
that.
can be there. I
Yeah.
will.
We have to
And we'll
check
have
and
to
see
get
if Jeff's
confirmation from Mr. Cohn and
So
we'll go
maybe
from
we should
there.
have 2 dates.
I was
then,
going
Mark,
to say maybe do two.
because
All right,
it's
5 and
it's not
6.
all or nothing.
What about the 6th too, then?
Yeah.
The 5th or the 6th?
Aim for 5th or the 6th.
Or any of the week?
Any of the week.
Yeah.
Because we already have
Right.
to meet on a Monday anyway.
Right.
The 7th is the
7th is
finance.
Finances,
Oh, God. 6:30.
6 at 6:30?
No, the
Oh.
finance committee meeting.
Yeah, 6:30 on the 7th, yes.
I guess that's on the finance committee if they want to come twice in a week. Is it worth the sacrifice?
This kind of thing is, it's important enough for me to do it, so. I have no home life anyway, so. It's all my wife does.
Okay, so am I hearing the 5th and the 6th? Is that okay?
5th and the 6th we'll try.
Both at 5:30, the 5th and the 6th.
We'll try those 2 dates, and
All
if we
right.
get some bad feedback from Mr. Cohn, then, or good feedback, so.
Right.
Any of the other dates that we need to do anything with, for this month?
This month, the only other, 2 other ones, thank God that we did make the decision to not have the academic report on the same night as the budget meeting, because as you see, it's 10:30 now, and we're still not quite finished. So the academic report is, I believe, about a week and a half from now. It's on the 28th of September. Thank you, Terry, you're saving me tonight. But what we have done for, I think, the last 2 years, has it been 2 years, Laura, or was it just last year? We invited any of the board members, but specifically education committee members, if they wanted to come. The president, I believe, came last year also, to see sort of a draft of the presentation. And I'm sorry for the delay in this because it's just been sort of really busy. But the only time we could really do it is this week. Well, I guess we could go into Monday or Tuesday of next week. We could do it day or evening. We did it last year in the day. One of the dates we were playing with internally was this Thursday in the morning. But that would be up to, I believe, the ed members are Nakia and Tom and Maurice, I believe. I'm not sure. Maurice, are you on the ed committee? You are? Okay. So did any of the ed committee members want to speak about maybe coming in this Thursday at a time, any time in the morning is...
I teach on Tuesday and Thursday.
You said what?
I teach on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Oh. Okay. What about Wednesday or Friday?
Wednesday, I'm on a field trip.
Okay. What about Friday?
Friday, I'm available.
Friday, you're available. Tom, what about Friday?
Friday
the 23rd of September.
No, I'm in an ATC.
Okay. Maurice, what about Friday? Okay. Nakia, do you want to just come in on, first of all, Laura, would Friday work for you instead of Thursday?
I'm available after 9:30 because I've got a division leader meeting first thing in the morning, but I believe Mike is with Janet Jarris and Skyward Standards-Based Grading report card training all day.
Okay. No, not for Nakia.
No, I teach on Tuesday and Thursday.
What about next week, Monday or Tuesday? Is daytime, well, you said Tuesdays and Thursdays?
Right.
So what about next
I can do Monday, but Tom is in Springfield.
All right.
What about
Maurice, Monday? You can do Monday. Tom, you've seen this presentation enough, so I think it's important that Nakia and Maurice, if they can make it, is that fine with you?
What's the presentation?
The academic report.
Oh.
So next week, Monday, what time would be good for you, Laura?
6 o'clock?
6, no, I'm just kidding.
How about 9:30? 9:30? Okay, so 9:30 next Monday in Laura's office. We may move to another location, but 9:30 a.m. on September the 26th. Yes, we will have to post that as ed. Oh, that's right. We don't have to post it. So we'll just have the two of you in to see it, the presentation. So that means we can't, we will disinvite any other board member who shows up. Okay. Okay.
And if anybody's interested, on October 11th here, there'll be a presentation on Common Core standards during your institute.
I thought that's
as a
October.
workshop.
Isn't that October?
October 11th.
Yes, October the 11th.
What was it, Tom?
It's on the Common Core standards. It's a workshop. It's $99 to attend, and I don't know if, are you having your institute in there, John?
Yeah, in fact, it's here.
Yeah, I know, because I'm dropping in.
Yeah. What, Laura, can board members come for free since it's being hosted here if they wanted to come?
It's being hosted here. It's on our institute day, so all of our teachers will be attending, and then we're just we have an arrangement with Illinois ASCD on the fee for the speaker, and the registration is through outside people. The registration is through Illinois ASCD. Inside people, it's through my office, so we're just paying a flat fee. So
Of $99.
So you can come if you.
I'm going to wear my little Board of Ed thing, and I'm
There's,
walking through the door.
and we're anticipating about 500 people.
Yeah.
So.
Well, let's just do it this way. If any board member wants, we'll just pay the fee, whatever fee we got to pay. If you want to come, just let Laura, email Laura. It's October the 11th. It's an institute day. What time does it start,
No,
Laura?
no.
What time does it start?
It's registration's at 8:30 and we start at 9.
All right, 8:30. You need to probably be here, and 9 o'clock we start. What time is it over?
I think it's either 3 or 3:30.
All right,
3
2 or
o'clock.
3:30. So it's pretty much all day. If you can't stay all day, just the more. I've seen Grant Wiggins. He's fantastic, and it is about Common Core, and that's going to be the major language across the nation over the next couple of years. So it's a nice way to update yourself on what it is that we need to be doing standard-wise. The only other thing that I have, I hate to, like I'm prolonging it, but I do want to try to knock out the Personnel Committee. Nancy is our chair, and Nancy, I meant to call you, but I didn't have a chance. So what I'm asking is we only meet when necessary. I still think that it should be as needed, but I would like to at least have a standing date and then just cancel it if there's no reason to meet. And Fridays have sort of worked for us in the past, and I know that there's other committee members on personnel. Terry, can you help me out again on this? Yes, is it still Nakia and? Okay. Okay. Oh, and I think Tom rejoined, yes. So Friday, first of all, Madam Chair, is Friday still a good day for you? So my question is, can we establish it to be sort of like finance, that it would be the first Friday after the first Monday of every month?
But I'm not available the first Friday after the first Monday in October.
Yeah, I don't anticipate. Yeah, let's establish it. Okay, so will that work for you, Nakia, first Friday of every first Monday? Tom, will that work for you? First Friday after?
Fridays I try not to work, John, so yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay. All right, but we won't meet in October, so we got that clear. Huh?
That's fine. November.
Well, if we have to, I'll talk to Nancy first to see if we can change the date that week or some other date in October. But right now, let's keep it, you'll write that down in the minutes, is the first Friday after the first Monday. Okay.
And then we also have a finance committee meeting scheduled. Normally, it's the Wednesday after the first Monday. However, it has been changed to
October 3rd.
Monday, October 3rd.
Yes. Right, because that Wednesday starts the LUDA conference, the annual LUDA conference that superintendents and my assistant is invited to. And we will be at LUDA. And finally, speaking of IASB, I think, did we send this out, Terry, to everybody sometime? There is a IASB Three Rivers Fall Dinner, October the 4th, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Prairie Bluff Golf Club in Lockport, I believe, as it stands right now. And you can email myself or Terry, even though Terry's going on vacation this week. So make sure you email both of us. But if you would like to attend, I think Mark and myself so far are going, and it's and Nakia. And it's all about this new Senate Bill 7. I went to a workshop today hosted by IASA, and this is what they gave me. And they told me it could have been double this. This bill of reform is about evaluation and about the new retention or firing of, or let's say dismissal of teachers. And trust me, after I went through this today, it's so much to this bill, it'll make your head spin.
It's a can of worms.
Yeah, it's really going to be, it is truly going to change the face of education in Illinois for the next decade. For positive, actually, there's so much accountability in this thing now. It's probably what we've been wanting for a long time, but it's a lot of hoops you have to jump through to get that accountability. So,
Laura, can I ask a question? I don't know if we passed it, but for your curriculum, the next meeting,
there's the 28th.
the 28th, the curriculum update you're going to be giving this after you meet with the education committee?
Yes.
Right, it's the test score report and the school improvement plans.
So I'm just curious, in light of, I always see this every year where we put that like far down on the agenda. So again, is it something that we can bring up? Because it's valuable information, and if you have people sitting here, they want to know how it's as important as money, how we're doing academically. Is that possible?
So I believe the meeting is strictly for the academic report.
That's why we had the second meeting, if
meeting.
you remember. This is a regular board meeting next week, Wednesday, solely to do only two things. That will be our annual new employee reception. At 6 o'clock, we'll meet and greet all the new employees, have a dinner, and then at 7, there is no other agenda item that I know of other than the education report or the academic report and the school improvement plan. Okay. So that's it.
Good.
All right?
Good.
Okay.
Do I move to adjourn?
Yes.
Anything else? No closed session, so we are entertaining a motion to adjourn.
For the next meeting.
Yes.
Moved by Mrs. Stockton, seconded by Mrs. Coletti. All those in favor of adjourn?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no.
Oh, if you're talking about a date,
Abstention.
I put that.
Before you